hit subscribe. Subscribe to my guy, Uncle D. Tell him Big Bad sent you.
Dennis Spurling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas. An advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father. I have black sons. Hey, man, I do what I do.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the broadcast. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. I see my man, Mr. 43TX, and welcome, Virgil Mitchell. You are a new member. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you all, man. What I try to do here is I try to put the world into context. I try to help people understand what's really going on. And tonight, this discussion is going to be why are immigrants being targeted and what kind of America are we becoming? I mean, isn't that interesting? Where'd all this come from? Here's the thing. Since returning to office, President Trump has launched an unrelenting campaign against immigrants, both undocumented, legally residing here, it does not matter. And it's just been, how many was it, July? Has it been 6 months? And even in the first 100 days, he had already deported 66,000 or made 66,000 arrests and deported 65,000 people. Okay. And 71% of them had no criminal records. You understand me? So let that sink in. And what we're witnessing isn't about crime statistics or budget inefficiencies. It's about people's lives. All right. And whatever side of the political spectrum you fall on, what you're going to do tonight is you're going to understand where we are right now in America and how it mirrors so much, specifically as far as history of Western countries, especially those with racial caste systems and so forth. But anyway, look, you know, the thing about it, I want you all to understand, and you all know my position, okay? You guys understand my position. I am typically an advocate for black men. That's kind of where I am, but I've kind of expanded things out a little bit because it's necessary for foundational black American people to truly understand what's going on. Because at the end of the day, even as far as the black immigrants and the African immigrants, the Caribbean immigrants, I'm on their head right now. But it's necessary because their head has gotten a little too swollen and they need to be put in their place and they need to understand where we are. And more importantly, they need to get on code. But think about this. Imagine it's about, you know, parents hiding out in their homes, afraid to open the door. You got workers vanishing overnight from farms and kitchens and construction sites, not because they quit, but because they were taken on their way to work, on their way home, on their way to the grocery store, on their way to pick up their kids. Families being ripped apart, not by circumstance, but by design. By April of this year, nearly 140,000 people have been deported. By June, 207,000. And the vast majority have never been seen from, heard, or charged with anything. You see what I'm saying? And this isn't some bureaucratic inevitability. This is deliberate national project to, you know, get rid of these people and get them out of here, irrespective if it means tearing up families. You see? Trump's executive order protecting the American people against evasion has expanded to expedited depositions. They've cut off funding for sanctuary cities. They green light mass expansions of ICE and CBP hiring. And that's just the beginning. Congress has now passed as one big beautiful bill, or as at this point, a one big beautiful law, which something that I came up with, a term that I like called BBL. Everybody type BBL in the chat room. Trump's BBL costs a staggering $170 billion in an enforcement, but this is a very expensive BBL. Shout out to everybody who knows or has had a BBL. Okay, but $170 billion for this BBL to detain, deport, and militarize the immigration system, upscale it to 1 million people per year. He's trying to get that work in. Okay, that BBL is $1 million people a year. Okay, that's what it's doing. All right. Other thing is, you know, if you go to places like in Queens and Central Valley, California, across the working class neighborhood, people are changing their routines. They're avoiding detection. Their parents are dressing their kids to blend in. Workers are skipping the shifts and pulling the kids out of school and keeping the lights off at night, man. You know what I mean? And communities that once thrived under surveillance. Now, here's the cold part about it. The crackdowns enjoy deep political support. Now, here's what I need you to understand. Okay, look, and I know my people. Shout out to all my beautiful people. My people, my beautiful foundational Black American people. I know you don't take any pleasure in this. I absolutely am certain that you all are not in any way thrilled at seeing people gaffled up, somebody type gaffled, getting gaffled up and hauled in the back of vehicles. I know you all aren't, because you're beautiful and wonderful and loving people. I know you are. Okay, that's what you are. You're beautiful, loving, wonderful people, and you would never, ever, ever take pleasure in other people's pain, because that's not how we are. Okay, that's not us.
Do you guys have a warrant?
This is not us.
Wait, what's your
Not
badge
my
number?
people.
No.
Okay.
Güey, eres raza y estás tratando así a la gente. No mames, okay, I'm keeping my distance.
I know my people don't.
Okay, pero hey, bro.
And watching people get snatched up off the street. Nevertheless, okay, regarding these aggressive law enforcement tactics by ICE, 59% of white Republicans supported. Somebody type white T in the chat room. White T Republicans to the tune of 50. They apparently like seeing all this gaffling going on. They like seeing folk getting hauled off and separated from their families. Understand me? 87% believe that undocumented immigrants should be deported by any means necessary. You understand? Even among these so-called white liberal allies. Okay, support often seems less about protecting humanity and more about preserving their labor supply. You understand me? Who is going to pick our avocados? That seems what they'll be worried about. Who's going to harvest the fruit? Who's going to watch these bad little white children? Okay, who's going to mow our lawns? Okay, they're not concerned about dignity. Okay, that's not what they're concerned about. They're concerned about tasks. They're concerned about their labor. I don't want to get out there. You understand me? But in the meantime, we have a boiling cauldron of fear going on. Okay, somebody is going to already know where I'm going with this, and I want to kind of begin to analyze the climate. Okay, you understand me? Think about that. We're going to break some stuff down. Who benefits from all this fear? Who suffers the most? And when in history, when we look back, 15 to 20 years from now, what will we see? Look, this is not the first time. You see, this isn't about isolated bigotry or casual racism. This is about deeply entrenched systematic patterns, a generational flex that erupts whenever dark people, be they Black, be they brown, be they a certain religious minority, okay? Whether it's economic mobility, political organization, or cultural influence, history shows us that the same reaction over and over again continues to occur. Those who have long dominated, particularly white T men. Is that what we said now? White T-shirt men? Why is that? That's the new word. I've heard that somewhere. White T. I just call them white. You know what I'm saying? When they feel like their positions of power are being challenged, they respond with repression. This is not me making this up. And it's never subtle. It's violence. It's backlash. It's a policy dressed up as order, but driven by fear. Whether we're talking about the Yahtzees and shit Kickler, okay, somebody say shit Kickler and the Nazis and the Yahtzees in the chat room. We're talking about their regime in the 1930s to Red Summer in 1919 to the lynchings that occurred post-Reconstruction in the South to the modern day era. Okay, these raids, these tactics, or the time period may change, but the blueprint remains the same. This is not law and order. This is retaliation. It is a temper tantrum disguised as governance, a panic masked as patriotism, state-sanctioned retaliation against any sign of empowerment that challenges the racial and economic hierarchy. Let's be clear. While race is a battleground, control is the prize. If we follow the money, if we track who profits from the chaos, we'll find it's not just about white tea enchargement. That's my new word, enchargement. It's about elite control. Control over the land, control over labor, control over wealth and access. Racial scapegoating is a distraction. It's a smokescreen. The real game is keeping the working class people divided and desperate so that the powerful remain unchallenged. Today, we're pulling back the curtain on the machinery, on the fear, on the rage. We're going to trace this pattern from the rise of fascism in Europe to the racial apartheid in America, to what's happening right now, as the immigration laws are weaponized to affect a political necessity. This isn't new. The tools are slicker, the language is sanitized, but the intent remains the same: to reassert racial dominance under the pretense of restoring law and order. So we have to ask, how did this happen? Okay. Now, let's talk some numbers. I want you all to listen to me, okay? Now, if you learn something, I should earn something. If you learn something, I should earn something. That's my rule. If you don't learn anything, you don't have to give me anything, okay? But I do believe when we finish with this broadcast, you're going to know a lot more than you know right now, okay? Now, let's start with some numbers, because beneath the policy, beneath the propaganda, this is about population, prosperity, and perception. And when you dig into the demographic data, when you begin to understand why fear among white Americans has metastasized into rage, then lights will begin to click. Now, let's start with the Hispanic Americans, so Latino, Hispanic, now the largest minority group in the United States. Back in the 1960s, Latino families were overwhelmingly poor, uneducated, and politically, they were invisible. It was a black and white country. But over the last 6 decades, that picture has radically changed. Between 1970 and 2020, the Latino population has exploded from 9 million people to over 60 million, now comprising 1/5 of the US population. The median household income, $62,000. Okay, that was back in 2023. They're outpacing white economic growth in many states. Latino entrepreneurship is booming, particularly in places like Texas and California and Florida, where immigrants and their children are no longer just filling jobs. They're creating jobs. They're owning property. They're influencing policy. They're no longer just the cheap labor America once expected. They are becoming the economic backbone of entire regions of America. Then there's Black America. Shout out to all my FBA brothers and sisters. Shout out to all the Africans and all the people of African descent. Okay? All right? The path has been a lot steeper, okay? And the obstacles greater, but the progress is undeniable. In 1968, only 10% of Black men held white collar jobs. Today, it's over 40%. In the 1980s, college graduation rates among Black Americans barely hit double digits. Today is 25% of Black adults under 35 hold at least a bachelor's degree. Black-owned businesses grew by over 30% between 2017 and 2020. And the engine of much of this progress, right? I mean, let's just keep it 100. A lot of the progress comes from Black immigrants and their children. When we look at Nigerian Americans, they're the highest educated. Over 60% of them hold bachelor degrees are high. Haitian Americans, Jamaican Americans, Ghanaian Americans. They represent a thriving diaspora that is educationally, economically, and culturally rising, despite the system that often tries to suppress them because they are subjected to racism too. And the truth is, they're the least paid amongst all the immigrant groups because not only do they have to deal with racism, they also have to deal with the fact that they're immigrant. I'm just talking to you. We give credit what credit is due, is notwithstanding the fact that they benefit from the hard work of foundational Black Americans and our sacrifices. All of these people do. But let's point it out, okay? Because I'm trying to establish with you all why we have this climate. And when you look at the Asian Americans, the quote unquote model minority, they're blowing everybody out the water. Asian Americans are the highest earning racial group in America. The median income sits at $95,000, and over 54% of them hold bachelor's degrees. So 54% of Asians, Chinese, Indian, South Korean, Philippines, they come here and they build generational wealth, not because of handouts, but through the mastery of education, entrepreneurship, and elite professions. Indian Americans in particular are now some of the most influential players in tech, medicine, and politics. These people are running billion-dollar companies and holding cabinet-level positions in Washington, D.C. They aren't flukes. These are patterns of success that challenge this white superiority. So what does all that mean? Well, what it means is the old racial hierarchy, the one that told white folk that they're inherently superior, is collapsing around them. Or at least it looks that way to those who once sat comfortably at the top of the pile. And for white Americans, especially white men, okay, in rural and working class communities, this represents an existential crisis, and it's real. Birth rates have fallen below replacement level amongst white folk. The fertility rate for white women is now under 1.6%, not because they can't have children, it's because they don't want to. You see? But nevertheless, it's far too low to sustain generational growth. Look at the opioid epidemic that has ravaged white communities with over 70% of the drug overdoses in 2023. 70% of the people overdosing on meth is white folks. You understand me? And it's mostly middle-aged men. You understand? Their education rates are falling, especially among white males who now trail behind Asian, Latino, and even Black immigrant males in college. Think about that. This is a country that was allegedly white men were brainwashed to believe this is a white man's country. And they're not doing so well. You understand? Here's another thing. Economically, you got entire white rural towns. They call it the Rust Belt. They've been hollowed out. They've been replaced by automation and global competition and the collapse of the industrial economy. And culturally, the loss feels even sharper. America no longer dominates the world stage. We've lost wars. Have we even won a war since, Vietnam? Have we even won a war since World War II? Vietnam was not a winner. All these skirmishes we've been having don't look so hot. We have had a line of weak presidents from Barack Obama all the way through to Joe Biden, George W. Bush, and we've become punchlines abroad. Even more, the most visible heroes, our athletes, our entertainers, our influencers, our innovators no longer look like the old poster boys of American greatness. And so what happens is this myth of white male supremacy, this is the bedrock lie of American exceptionalism, is cracking under the weight of reality. And so here we are, a multicultural nation where the future no longer resembles the past. And for many white Americans, especially white men, this is like betrayal. I'm trying to get you all to understand where white men are coming from. And I know how y'all are. Everybody's against white men. I get it, but I just want you to understand the best way to understand somebody is put yourself in their shoes. So I'm trying to paint you a picture. It's an exercise. It's an exercise that many black folk and people of color, you don't ever want to empathize with the white man. I know. In your mind, he's the worst thing that ever happened. I know, I understand, but still, put yourself in the mind of these white men, because remember, they've been subjected to some brainwashing. Okay? Right? The power they believe they were born into is slipping away. And with nothing left to lose, many are choosing to reassert themselves through policy, through politics, through force of violence. And not just here, but everywhere. Look around. Okay? We're seeing it in the streets of France and in Poland. You got refugee policies of the UK and anti-immigrant rhetoric in Australia and at the borders of Israel. This isn't just about American white rage. It's Western white panic, a last desperate grasp for a world minority with falling birth numbers to try to control the world. A world that's finally moving on after 500 years of white domination by Western countries. Look, and if you don't understand this dynamic, if you don't name it and confront it, it's going to consume everything in your path. Look, roll with me on this, man. Roll with me on this, man. I want you to step into the shoes of a young white man in 2025, okay? Raised in a culture, sometimes subtly, sometimes explicitly, and told him this country belongs to him. And I'm not talking about all white men. I'm not talking about all of y'all. Shout out to all the white dudes who listening, who like, I don't give a crap about none of that. Shout out to all you cats, you know what I'm saying? All the white men who are, white men, young white boys, whoever, checking me out. We can connect on, some man-to-man sort of qualities. I'm just trying to help people understand where some white folks are coming from, some white men are coming from. You understand? The one that listens to those ones that listen to Andrew Tate. You understand me? That he is their what is it called? He's their rage avatar. Shout out to House Martin. You understand? Listen to me now. All right. He's supposed to be the natural leader. You understand? In his mind, he's a rightful heir. He's the center of gravity. And yet, when he looks around today, he doesn't see that reflect back. What he sees instead in his mind is a country slipping away. He watches black athletes dominate nearly every major sport, from the NFL to the NBA, track, tennis, combat sports. The faces of champions are no longer look like. They don't look like him. He sees Asian Americans climbing to the top of academia and technology, outperforming him on test scores, snagging spots in elite universities and leading billion-dollar tech firm. He's watching Arabs and Muslim Americans growing in political influence, running for office, forming coalitions, asserting cultural pride unapologetically and refusing to be invisible. He sees Latino folk, Latino men and women, not just in fields or kitchens, but as construction and men and foremen and police officers and firefighters and nurses and city councilmen. To him, they're everywhere, doing the jobs he thought were reserved for real Americans. He feels surrounded, outpaced, and replaced. And yet, here's the paradox. He's not actually losing power. White Americans still hold 85% of the Fortune 500 CEO positions. They make up 73% of the U.S. Congress. They control almost 90% of all of the U.S. household and wealth. They dominate leadership in courts, police forces, school boards, and media outlets. They own and operate the largest land holdings and the most lucrative corporations and the most influential think tanks. In every measurable way, white Americans, particularly white men, still control the machinery of America. But it's not about what's true. It's about what they believe. And what they believe, what they feel is that they're losing their country. They feel like the world no longer revolves around them. They feel mocked. They feel ignored. They feel emasculated. And perhaps most threatening of all, they feel outcompeted. And in a society that never taught them how to share power, or that they had to, or to exist without being on top, that perception becomes fuel for rage. You understand me? Shout out to my man, Hoss Martin. Thank you for being the first person to contribute to Super Chat. We're looking out. Now look here. So the rage we're talking about tonight manifests itself in many forms, but one of the most insidious, most protected, and most deadly is white male violence, particularly using pew-pews. Okay, time again, when the world begins to change, when marginalized communities begin to rise, when power begins to shift, white male rage doesn't just simmer, it erupts. Okay, and it often comes with pew-pew violence in hand and a body count left behind. Let's look at the pattern. Charlotte, 2017. A bunch of white dudes get together with tiki torches. They marched in unison, chanting, "You will not replace us." That wasn't a protest. It was a declaration of war against America. What about this guy in Las Vegas, Stephen Paddock? You guys know who that is? You guys know who Stephen Paddock? I think I have some video footage on this. Let me see if I can get this video footage up for you guys so you guys can remember who this cat was. Stephen Paddock. Let me see if I can find this video for you guys. This is the guy, you hardly ever hear about it. Okay? Barely ever is ever mentioned. All right? But this is the guy who, let me see if I can get this up. Listen to this, fair use.
I can hear the gunfire.
You hear those are gunshots. Sounding like firecrackers out there. Those are gunshots. You understand? Listen to this, man.
I could see everybody.
That's the Mandalay Bay.
I could see my own body laying down there. The thing I know was that my dad and my two brothers and my uncle. And it was so beautiful. It was your time. And so next thing I woke up, I was on a gate that they put me on that dragged me to
the backstory on this situation. There was a gentleman named, and I'm gonna say gentleman, and I use that term, monster named Stephen Paddock, okay? And this guy, let me get this off. Let me see if I can get this off real quick. So this guy here, he's 64-year-old white man with no criminal record, no known ideology, opens fire from the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel at a harvest festival, okay? In 10 minutes, he unalived 60 people. He injured 850 people. You hear me? 850. This man shot at least over 400 of them received a pew-pew. You understand me? This was the deadliest mass pew-pewing by one person in U.S. history. He did more damage in 10 minutes than a battalion of military men. There's no motive that was ever discussed. There's no manifesto. There's no video. There's no demand, just silence and devastation. Then he unalived himself afterwards. I knew at that point based on history and based on what had been building up since that time period. Because remember, you got to understand, some white folks been mad since Barack Obama got elected president. Okay, remember they came up with the Tea Party Republicans. That was a tantrum, right? But George Bush had done so bad that they said, well, let's get a black dude. But some people didn't like that. That seemed like a loss of power to some folk. You understand? And so it had been building. By the time we got to 2017, old buddy is letting off this rage. What about in El Paso in 2019? You had a white gunman walk into a Walmart and unalive 23 people targeting Latinos. Okay? His so-called mission was to stop the Hispanic invasion of Texas. He posted a manifesto echoing these far-right replacement theory before pulling the pew-pew. In Buffalo, New York, you had a little white teenager. He drove hours to a black neighborhood and gunned down 10 black people in a supermarket. Again, citing this replacement theory. You had another white man in 2021, unalived 8 people, most of them Asian women at a spa. You see, his response was, sexual temptation. You understand me? He was attracted to these Asian women, and that was somehow his fault in his sick, twisted, perverted mind. But what that does is it reveals the intersection between racism, misogyny, and entitlement. You understand me? And see, this isn't a coincidence. It's a pattern. It's a reaction. It's a cycle. And whether you like it or not, when you look, and I don't care what your political affiliation is. That Capitol insurrection back in 2021, when white folk didn't get their way and Donald Trump lost, right? That was another temper tantrum. It was a riot. It was a rebellion. You can call it what you want to. Nevertheless, this is a pattern. It's a reaction. It's a cycle. And what makes it even more disturbing is how frequently it is excused and minimized and pathologized. They will tell, he just must have had some mental issues. At a certain point, these are not mental issues. These are a pattern. Okay? When the shooter is white, we ask about mental health. We dig into his childhood trauma. This dude, Stephen Paddock, he's got a Wikipedia page. Oh, he was on medication. He was depressed. He didn't have his father. He was raised by a single mother. You know what I'm saying? We wonder if he just snapped. This can't be normal. He's a millionaire. Oh, but when it's a black shooter, when it's a brown shooter, right? When it's a Muslim or immigrant, there's no waiting. The motive is presumed. The threat is named. He's labeled something bad. Okay? But when you have a white male, right, who is clearly politically motivated, it's ideologically rooted, it's historically patterned, and it's been fueled by generations of white men who've been brainwashed, who've been taught that the future doesn't, that the future belongs to them. You see? And when they see black athletes and Latino workers and Asian entrepreneurs and African immigrants and Muslims succeeding, and they feel personally attacked. You see? They're watching the world diversify, and they interpret it as a loss. They're not just angry; they're armed and they're acting. You understand? And when I saw that happen in Las Vegas, at that moment it seemed random to many, but to those of us who understand the long arc of white reactionary violence, it was a sign of what was to come. It was a symptom of the need to reassert white dominance, white male dominance by force if necessary. And what followed, it wasn't an anomaly. It was the beginning of a violent new chapter, one we're still living in right now. See, here's the thing. We often talk about what white supremacy does to black folk and other people of color, and how it degrades and diminishes and attempts to instill a sense of inferiority in us. But we rarely talk about what white supremacy does to white people, especially white men. What happens when you've been told your entire life that you're dominant, you're superior, you're born to lead, and you're entitled to the best jobs and the best woman and the highest respect and the final say? What happens when illusion collides with reality? When you got that black supervisor, that black woman who ain't taking none of your stuff, what happens then? When you run across that Nigerian immigrant who is blowing you out the water in math, when that Asian guy pulls up in that Lamborghini with that fine white woman, what does that do? Well, there's a sociologist, his name was Michael Kimmel, and he calls this aggrieved entitlement. It's a condition where white men believe they're owed social, economic, and cultural dominance. And when the world doesn't reflect that back, when others rise, they feel like something's being stolen, not earned by others, but taken from them unjustly. It creates a crisis, a kind of identity collapse. You know, that sense of superiority they've been fed since childhood doesn't match what they see going on around them. They're not on top. They're not special. You are not a special snowflake. And when that illusion starts to shatter, it doesn't always result in quiet reflection. It often leads to rage. This is what happens when this white supremacy meets reality. Okay? You're not supreme on the basketball court. You're not supreme in the boardroom. You're not supreme on the football field. You're not supreme on the baseball field. You're not supreme in the computer lab. You're not supreme anywhere. You're not even supreme on the military front. See, this is not just political problem. This is psychological. When you see the social hierarchy that places whiteness on top offers more than power. It offers comfort. It offers a sense of order. And when that order starts to shift, when so-called marginalized people begin to gain visibility and influence and prosperity, it triggers a response in those who internalize the idea that their dominance is natural and permanent. And this is where the deep fragility kicks in. When white men see black men and brown men and Asian folks succeeding in areas they once dominated, it provokes denial, it provokes panic and rage, not because those communities are doing anything wrong, but because their success exposes the lie of white supremacy and white superiority. And it's not just that others are rising, it's that their rise calls into question everything certain white folk, white men especially, have been brainwashed to believe about themselves. And rather than confront the lies, some of these white men double down. They radicalize, they lash out. You hear it in some of this white supremacist rhetoric. They constantly criminalize black and brown achievement. They do the same with immigrants, claiming that they're stealing jobs, while ignoring the fact that many of these jobs go unfulfilled because white folks simply don't want them. White people are not going out to pick oranges in 100-degree weather in California. They're just not doing it. I'm just gonna tell you. Black people are not doing it either. You see? I mean, let's just keep it 100. They might be driving the prices down, but you're not gonna do that job. So even when immigrants meet the need, they're resented and scapegoated. And yet we open up the door and let them in. So again, we as black men, especially black people in general, they always pathologize black success. We see it happening all the time. If a black man pulls up in a nice car, he must be a drug dealer. Never could be an accountant or a plumber or a dishwasher who worked his way up. Oh no. If a black professional gets hired or promoted, they dismiss, that's just the DEI hire, affirmative action. Before that, it was, affirmative action. Now it was DEI. That's over, I guess, right? But the bottom line is that the idea was always the same. Black people can't earn success because they are inferior. So they must have cheated to get it. And if you ever want to witness a psychological disconnect up close, and this is deep-rooted delusion born of white supremacist lies and rhetoric. Just watch how white people react if they encounter a successful, well-spoken black person. Sit in on a conversation where a black man speaks with precision and authority and observe the subtle shock. It's as if articulateness itself is a surprise. Do you see how Donald Trump reacted to the president of Liberia? He said, "You speak English so well." This is the whole president of Liberia. I believe it was, I know it was an African country, but their native language is English. You see what I'm saying? Okay. And this is the president of the United States. It's as if articulateness itself is a surprise. They'll say things like, you so well spoken. That's just what President Trump said. As if fluency and intelligence isn't expected from him. It's not a compliment. That's conditioning. Or better yet, watch a white person walk into a beautifully furnished home owned by black people with hardwood floors or leather-bound books or original art. Don't have a professional grade kitchen. Their body language changes. This is your liberal friends. I'm talking about your liberal friends. Your friendly white, come on now, don't run from it. Where all the white people at? I want all the white people to type W in the chat room. I'm telling you about yourself. You're going to sit down and take your talking to. It's going to be a hard night for you, but you're going to listen. Their voice lifts an octave. You'll catch them a lingering gaze of disbelief. Why? Because in their minds, blackness has been reduced to poverty and dysfunction and slang. The idea that black excellence, real black excellence, short circuits the stereotypes they've been brainwashed to internalize. And look, here's another. Step onto a plane. Take your seat in first class while being black. Flying first class while black. Watch what happens. Watch how quickly they assume either you must have got the wrong seat, or number two, oh, well, he must be a professional athlete. What team do you play for? As they ask with a smile, right? I used to get that all the time when I was younger. What team do you play for? Do you look like that guy from XYZ team? You know? They don't ask you, what firm do you work for? Or what field are you in? You couldn't possibly be a doctor or a trial lawyer, an engineer, or a corporate executive. To them, successful black men only make sense if it involves catching a ball or running fast, because that's the only context where they've been taught to accept black excellence. I used to fly first class with my sons, and they would be going back to their little coach seat, looking at how them little boys. He must be flying coach. he must be flying standby. He must have a friend. No. See, this isn't just racial bias. This is the fallout of this white supremacist brain framework that not only dehumanizes people of color, but infantilizes white people. It robs them of their intellectual capacity to see our humanity and complexity. Think about it. You still got white people who swear up and down that Egyptians must have been white, even though when all those beautiful pyramids were built, white people hadn't even showed up on the planet yet. The first white folks showed up about 3,000 years ago. According to the DNA, the first light person with white skin and blue eyes just showed up. I'm not making it up. Just read the journals. Read the science journals on DNA, they'll tell you. No offense to white folk, I'm just telling you, that's what they say, so you couldn't have possibly been there. Hell, even the Romans that you cherish and say this is the pinnacle, this is the start of Western, they were olive-colored people in the Mediterranean. They used to call the folk in Germany and in the UK, what we call, they were the savages. They were the piffs. That's who you were. I always find it ironic when they have Northern Europeans playing Roman generals and emperors, because that wasn't it. Okay? Nevertheless, when the illusion is shattered, when they're forced to confront the reality that we are just as capable, just as brilliant, and sometimes far more accomplished, it doesn't always lead to humility. It doesn't make them want to work harder. It leads to resentment. It leads to rage because now the lie is being exposed. That the myth of white superiority is bleeding out in the aisle of the first class cabin. And for some, rather than reckon with the truth, they lash out socially, politically, and violently because the world doesn't look like what they were promised or what they were brainwashed to believe it should look like, because we're never supposed to rise that high. Look, I'm a black trial lawyer. Speaking of which, if you've been in a car wreck, feel free to give me a call at 713-229-0770. That's 713-229-0770. You've been in a check, been in a wreck, I help you get a check. Been in a crash, help you get some cash. All right. Let me stop. I'm just saying, y'all, just so you know, okay? But I am a black trial lawyer. Been at it for 25 years. Be 25 years in October. But in this regard, I want to kind of bring this closer to home with something I've experienced firsthand in my professional life as a lawyer. One of the worst things that can happen to a white attorney at a predominantly white firm is to lose a case against a black lawyer. But not just any black lawyer, a black attorney who owns his own firm, a black attorney who didn't go to one of these Ivy League pipeline schools, a black attorney who graduated from a historically black university, specifically the Southern University, Lawson and Baton Rouge, a black attorney like me. Because see, in their mind, that's a double, triple insult. You see, they've been conditioned to believe that someone like me, who didn't go to their institutions, who doesn't play by their rules, who isn't under the authority of some white owner or partner or firm, must be inherently inferior. And in their worldview, black excellence only exists when it's validated by white institutions or white people. And so imagine what happens when they lose to me in court. It's not just a legal loss, it's a personal crisis. It threatens the very foundation of what they've been taught to believe about themselves, their education, and their superiority. And in many cases, it puts their status in that white firm at risk. Because if you lose against that black guy, you know, that guy, the one from the HBCU, the one from the quote unquote inferior law school, then you must be trash, John. People are going to start whispering. So here's what I've learned. I use that. I push the envelope. I structure my cases so that by the time we're in the thick of litigation, they're looking at overwhelming odds. And more often than not, rather than take a risk of losing to the black guy, they fold. They settle for top dollar every time just to get me off their docket, because their racism doesn't just blind them, it traps them. It makes them so afraid of being exposed, so terrified of what a loss would mean, that they'll walk away from a fight they might have otherwise dragged out. That's the irony. The very system that tells them they're superior becomes their own downfall, because when the illusion shatters and they're forced to confront the reality that a black lawyer not only match them, but beat them, they'd rather disappear than deal with the fallout. So yes, white supremacy is dangerous, but it's also deeply fragile. And sometimes that fragility can be weaponized against them. Shout out to Red Sigma and my man, Lance Jackson. Now let's be clear. I want you to understand some. Shout out to all the white women. White women, I might have a few white women up in there. I don't know what happened. I've got a lot more ladies in the chat room. I don't know why. Shout out to all you white women. See, before white supremacy was globalized through colonialism and slavery, it was first tested on white women. White patriarchal supremacy, the ideological and legal system that elevated white men above all others, it first asserted its control, not on foreign lands, but on the bodies and lives of white women. In pre-modern Europe and early America, white women were legally and socially treated as property. What does that sound like? Shout out to FSK. Thank you for the super stick. White women and white children at that, but white women were the first property of white men under their legal system. under the doctrine of coverture, which was rooted in Anglo-American common law. A married woman had no separate legal identity from her husband. She couldn't sign contracts. She couldn't own property. She couldn't initiate a lawsuit or even retain custody of her own money. There was a famous writer. His name was William Blackstone. He explained in 1765, by marriage, the husband and wife are one person in law. The very being of her legal existence of the woman is suspended during marriage. In other words, she don't even exist no more as an individual. What does that sound like? Until the mid-19th century, that's about 1850, most Western legal systems, Germany, France, Britain, Ireland, America, in the United States, it wasn't until the Married Woman's Property Act passed. And that was incrementally between 1839 and the early 1900s that women gained some rights. Even then, they were routinely denied autonomy in marriage and business and finance. They were ignored. White women didn't get their right to vote until after black men got their right to vote. It took a whole amendment, the 19th Amendment in 1920, to grant white women the right to vote in federal elections. It wasn't until the Equal Credit Opportunity of 1974. Up until then, women couldn't get credit cards, they couldn't get loans, they couldn't take out mortgages, based solely on their sex and marital status. 1974, that was 51 years ago. That me, I was born then. Until that time, banks required a man, a cosigner, to come sign, even for financially independent women. That shift in 1974, that marked a pivotal moment in women's financial liberation. That was less than 50 years ago, family. Marriage didn't offer any protection. Divorce laws in the U.S. favored men all the way up until the 1970s. They had something called, particularly under fault-based divorce, which required proof of wrongdoing like adultery or something like that, or cruelty. And that's something that the judge would have to find. And judges universally ruled in favor of the men. And the kids would go to the children, the family home would go to him, and all the assets. You had so many situations where the dad would tell the children that your mama ran out on us. And the truth was he divorced her and put her out. You see? But the legal system reinforced the patriarchal notions that men, white men in particular, were the head of the household. Women who divorced, they were left with nothing. She was homeless, stigmatized. That's why women, white women especially, they always have, if you talk to some of those old white women, they got married 2, 3, 4, 5 times because they had no rights without a husband. You see, and a lot of white women, they're aware of the risks, and they develop very subversive strategies to deal with that white man. In the antebellum South, if you look in the historical records, you will see that white women oftentimes would hire out their black servants to people and secretly keep the money and the income. That's why dad would give his daughter the slaves, not to the husband, but she would then hire them out in places like South Carolina as a seamstress or a blacksmith, and she would then keep the money. She created a hidden nest egg so that she could eventually escape her husband. And that tells you how deeply embedded this white male dominance was. Even women of the dominant race had to undermine their own legal system just to breathe financially. And this legacy of control hasn't disappeared. It simply evolved. And as white women have begun to earn college degrees and enter into the workforce, opening businesses and higher rates than white men, many of these white men, they feel betrayed. They don't see progress. According to the data from the National Center for Education Statistics of 2020, white women have earned 62% of all bachelor's degrees. You understand? Awarded to white students. That means only 38% of white men are getting bachelor's degrees. The U.S. Census reports that white female-owned businesses grew by 21% from 2014 to 2019. That's outpacing the growth rate of businesses owned by white men. Meanwhile, white birth rates have declined sharply. I learned this 30 years ago in my environmental science classes. When you give women education, they have children later on in life. The more education you give women, the more occupied they are with a business, the less number of children they have. And it bears out. When you look at the CDC statistics in 2022, white women now have a fertility rate of 1.56, which means more white people are dying than are being born. The replacement level is 2.1%. That's like 2 kids and 1/10 of a kid. Higher education level, increased workforce participation. That directly correlates with delayed childbirth and smaller family sizes. Same things happen to black women. The same thing will happen to Latino women. That's what happened. You give women something to do. They ain't trying to push no baby out. Why would you want to push a cantaloupe from between your soft spot when you can get out there and get you a job and work, huh? Right? That's what's bearing out. Nevertheless, this perceived erosion of dominance has led to a lot of aggressive political and cultural backlash. Look at the Supreme Court ruling in Dobbs v. Jackson. Look at Roe versus Wade being overturned. You got 21 states who enacted full or partial baby deletion bans. And some of these folk, they don't care if the woman was raped or whatever. You're going to push that white baby out. You see? And what that does is it reveals a deeper agenda to reassert patriarchal control over reproduction, starting with white women. So let's not make a mistake. Women as historical equals to white men in the system. I want you to understand that. They're not. They were definitely victims of patriarchy, even as they remain the very beneficiaries of that racial hierarchy. So I don't want you white women to think I'm letting you off the hook. You've been benefiting. You help enforce it. They had these casual killing laws back in the day because you was mad because John was out there in the slave quarters making biracial babies. So you would do mean things to them little biracial kids and his little chocolate-nated side chick. Nevertheless, these white women, you raise these boys who grow up into men who carry it forward, this whole thing. And yes, you often participated in the very system that oppressed you and others. But they also understood how to maneuver within those confines, and they developed an escape hatch. They could marry out, they could date out, they could follow the money. They could follow the protection, follow the power, because women are survivors. That's why if they ever try to get rid of all the black people in America and send us all back to somewhere, Africa, the Caribbean, that means the NBA players. And if they send all the NBA players, we know all the white women will be right behind them. Nevertheless, right now, today, white men aren't just raging at black and brown people. They're also raging at white women because white women have become too independent, too educated, too self-sufficient in their minds. And making America great again isn't just about borders or flags. It's about putting that white woman back in the kitchen, barefoot and pregnant and under control. And the numbers bear it out. You understand me? Because white birth rates have dropped over the last 30 years. More white women now earn college degrees than white men. White female entrepreneurship is rising, record rates. And on top of that, they have the nerve, right, to be marrying out. Interracial marriages involving white women, especially high between black and Latino and other non-white men. They're increasing. And this isn't social change. To many white men, this is betrayal. Okay? And these were the women who were supposed to uphold the legacy of white male dominance, and instead they're building lives without them. And that's why we're witnessing a coordinated backlash against these reproductive rights. Bans on baby deletions and restrictions on birth control efforts to control these women. You know, they don't care if you black ladies that have baby deletions. They ain't worry about you. They worry about that white woman. Okay? It's not about morality. It's about control. It's a desperate attempt to reclaim what they feel has been lost. You see? And so we're watching the very women they promise, you know, to step outside. They trying to get them back in line. And they're doing it the only way they know how. Legislation, violence, and cultural warfare. Now look here. It's like, it sounds like a tantrum to me, but it's a violent one. And when you add the pressure of what is true toxic masculinity, the belief that white men must dominate, emotionless, and always be in control, you mix that with economic decline and the collapse of industrial labor and the erosion of these, what we call small town stability, and you sprinkle in an online echo chamber with conspiracy theories about replacement, what you get is a volatile blend of resentment, entitlement, and fear. And increasingly, that mix explodes. Okay? Now, here's the thing. We really need to understand where this came from. You understand? And so we're going to take the opportunity to really dig into it. All right, you guys are with me? Hit the number 1 button. Let me know if you're with me. We're about to dig into it. I want to introduce you all to some subject matter. And we are generally talking about white rage, where it comes from. And we're going to get home. This is going to be a long flight. All right, all my truck drivers, all my people who are, you know, up on those first class flights, headed 8 hours, all the fellas, all the passport bros headed down to Brazil. All you guys, this is gonna be it. This is the one. Hit the number 1 button if you can hear me clearly. We're about to take off. Now, I want to talk to you all about something that I'm sure nobody else has ever talked to you about ever on these internet streets, especially amongst the black YouTubians. I'm absolutely sure that none of you have ever talked about the Weimar Republic. Most of y'all don't even know how to spell the Weimar Republic, but that's okay. All right, we're gonna learn a little bit about Germany.
My republic was that you had a lot of scholars.
Now I want you to understand something. Before the rise of the Yahtzee party, before Shit Kickler, before he became, you know, who he is, the chief Shit Kickler. Okay, he don't like you either. All you black folk who think, nah, he don't like you. Somebody type the Shark Island in the chat room. Look that up. For all you black folks, all you so-called conservative blacks. Shit Kickler didn't like you, and neither did the Yahtzee party. Look up Shark Island before you take your black behind over there and think you got a friend somewhere. You don't. All right, but the Yahtzee party, shout out to Micah L, thank you so much. In Germany, or specifically Berlin, experienced periods of significant liberalism. Okay, when I say liberal, I'm talking about they was very gay. Okay, they was gay. All right, the Weimar Republic, it refers to the German government that existed between the collapse of the imperial regime. In other words, Germany had a king in 1990 and 1918, and the rise of the Yahtzee party in Germany in 1933. And this period was marked by some very intense political turmoil. You had widespread violence. You had economic hardship. Man, you had it was significant social freedoms and groundbreaking artistic innovation. They were free. You understand me? All right. And that the challenges of that era ultimately led to the rise of, we'll call him Rudolf Shit-Kickler. Okay, Rudolf Shit-Kickler, that's how he got to power. All right, and the social and economic upheaval that followed World War I destabilized the Weimar Republic and Germany's fragile experiment with democracy, and it contributed to the rise of this radical right wing. Okay, many of these Germans didn't believe that the military had lost the war on the battlefield, but rather they believed that they were stabbed in the back Okay, they thought they were stabbed in the back by civilians. Okay, we're gonna call the people that they blame the blues people, the bluish people. Okay, the socialists and the liberals and all the war profiteers. Those are the people who were blamed. The bluish people, the people who were blue. Okay, we can call them the Smurfs. It was the Smurfs' fault. All right, but either way, World War I left Germany devastated. They lost 2 million soldiers, were unalive. They had over 4 million who were wounded. So you got a bunch of crippled men and young men that didn't come back. That was about 1/5 of the male population, probably the young men of marrying age who would keep it going. And the civilian population suffered from severe malnutrition because they had blockades. They were starving, literally. And it claimed a lot of lives. In 1917 alone, Germany saw over 560 strikes by workers protesting the condition. It was bad. You see, it was really bad. And they signed some bad treaties, the treaties of Versailles. It dismantled the German army, so they were ashamed. Okay, they had to pay reparations and war costs. You know, from the cost of living was expensive, and the solution of the German government was to print more money. And all that did would cause the collapse of a currency to collapse and hyperinflation. They literally had to wheel out a barrel of money just to pay for a loaf of bread. They have $1 million German Weimar bill, $1 million. I mean, you see what I mean? And the formal middle class that they had, they found themselves in power. So they went from doing well to being broke. Despite this turmoil, the Weimar era, it witnessed a flourishing cultural, social transformation. You understand me? The Germans experienced their own version of the Roaring 20s. That was a time period in America where they were just free and living their best life, particularly in cities like Berlin. It was a vibrant urban center. It was filled with opportunity. And in Berlin, the most of the socially liberal cities in Europe, they had a nightlife, but none had a nightlife like Berlin. Let me tell you, I want you to pretend. Name the city that you're from. I want y'all to name the cities that you're from. Okay, what city are you from? Imagine in your city you had 85 gay bars. Okay, 85 gay bars and over 50 lesbian bars. Okay, this is what this was. That's more than San Francisco, I'm sure. It was the center of queer culture at the time. Sexual liberation up to wazoo. It was a very real phenomenon. You see, they had a whole gay and lesbian movement. Okay, they had this is the first sex change place was done there. Women had rights. You see them? This made white men mad. You understand? They were angry about this, man. Mad. The German bluish people, they experienced a period of increased freedom and opportunity. And that made the white people mad too. You see? This is what was going on in the Weimar Republic prior to the rise of Shit-Kickler. This is bad. Now, unfortunately, it didn't last that long because you had a global economic collapse in the form of the Great Depression in the United States, and it dealt a fatal blow to the Weimar Republic. And as the American economy imploded, the U.S. government demanded repayment for the war loans from Britain and France, who turned and pressured Germany for increased reparations. We're going to need our money. You caused this war, we want our money. So at that stage, it was set for Shit-Kickler. The people were mad. Everybody was broke. So Shit-Kickler, okay, right, with this political economic dissatisfaction, he rose. You understand? He consolidated the fringe groups, brought them all in. He won enough seats to take political office. Okay? The conservative leaders, they thought, well, we can control this guy. They thought they were going to be able to exploit his popularity. And they brought him into the government. And Shitkickler capitalized on the structural weakness of the Constitution that they had at the time, the Weimar Constitution, which actually was named after the city in which it was signed. Okay, and of course the Weimar Republic formally ended when the Yazis took over and Shitkickler was appointed chancellor in 1933. Shout out to Jay Wilder. Now I'm gonna let y'all look at this video so we can do a little play.
You had a lot of liberal arts, and so the culture was extremely degenerate. Okay, all the art was just as dark as Balenciaga. You had a lot of drugs. You had a bunch of cabarets for LGBT people. You had transgenders. The first transgender surgery was happening in Weimar, Germany, in Berlin, and then you had underage prostitution because they had normalized pedophilia.
You see that? They had degenerate. This is what was going on before Shitkickler took over. This had white men running hot. You understand me? Now, I don't understand. How can y'all be... who was going to the 80 gay bars in Germany? Who was going to the 80 gay bars in the 80, 50-something lesbian bars? How can y'all be mad at the degeneracy? They serving somebody. You can't be attending at night and then mad in the day at yourself. You need to be mad at yourself. You all were going to those gay bars in the Weimar Republic, German people. You were mad. You want to blame the bluish people. You out here blaming the bluish people because this is what you want to do. You out there shooting the dope and whatnot. But let's keep listening to this young lady talk about this.
So you could go into a pharmacy, what they would call it a pharmacy. You guys can look this up after we're done with this podcast and see that I'm not lying. You can actually order, like you would actually, the way that they would order was like
you talking about ordering up, kids. This is what these sick people were doing. This is what these sick people were doing.
Say that you wanted like a redhead girl, right?
Look at that.
And they would say that you needed like a red prescription. Like they had keywords and they knew the language. Okay, you want a 13-year-old redhead? We got it for you. Go to the back.
Bad people. Sad.
You see? So the whole thing that we have never been in this place before. The world is getting worse. No, it's not. We're repeating.
This young lady is saying is that degeneracy is something that reoccurs, which confirms to me what I already know. That we as human beings are inherently degenerate and we have darker selves and darker sides. And that's why we have morality. That's why we have our Bibles. Shout out to all my good Christian folk out there who adhere to their Bible. But this is the fight that we have. But let's keep listening.
History.
We're repeating.
See? Now let's go. You understand what she said? Let's keep listening.
Let me take you back to Weimar Republic, Berlin, Germany.
So this is well-known history about Europe, okay? The degeneracy. All right, let's keep listening.
1940s, pre-World War II. It was degen center. All sorts of sexual depravity, drinking, alcohol, gambling. Why? Why was everything so rampant? Why was there so many prostitutes out in the street?
Because that's what the people wanted. That's why, sir. That's the degenerate. That's what the rest of us, brown and black people around the world, say that's what y'all brought. Y'all brought a lot of degeneracy with you. And when you brought your light of Jesus, you brought a lot of degeneracy out there. But let's keep listening to this fella.
Well, because they realized it's better, I'll make more money than working. Why? Because Weimar Republic was inflating their currency and debasing their currency by printing infinite amounts of money.
So they were printing infinite amounts of money, and that caused hyperinflation. Because remember, they had to pay reparations to all these European powers who they had picked to fight with and lost in World War I.
Currency that lasted 8 years. People don't know that.
And then came the decline of our culture.
Now I want you to listen to Shitkickler. Okay, this is Rudolph Shitkickler right here. This is his speech translated to English. Now I want you all to understand something. All you black people out there who think, oh my God, he shook Jesse Owens' hands. That's unconfirmed. He must like black. He does not like black people. neither Shitkickler nor the Yahtzee party likes black people. I want you to type in the chat room Shark Island in the chat room. I want each and every one of my moderators who are listening to this broadcast to type in the chat room Shark Island. Shark Island was the precursor to what happened to the bluish people in Yahtzee, Germany. You understand? Shitkickler and the Yahtzees did to the black Africans on Shark Island what they did to the bluish people in Yahtzee, Germany. You understand me? That's where they perfected their skills. They do not like your black behinds. Don't be fooled. Don't be stupid. I did a broadcast on it a long time ago, like last year, okay? And I talked about that. But we're going to listen to Shitkickler right now. Listen to what Shitkickler says. We're going to get him on up out of here.
These mounds of contamination of our entire cultural life, the decomposition of our literature, the poisoning of our theater, of our movie theaters.
So Shitkickler is complaining, talking to the common man, these bluish people and all this degeneracy. You got all 80 gay bars in Berlin and 50 lesbian bars and all this art. They had a lot of degenerate art around. And they wanted to blame the bluish people for all their problems and ailments. You understand? And so he is talking to these folk and telling them this is who we need to blame. You're degenerate because you wanted to be degenerate. There's 80 gay bars and 50 lesbian bars because that's what y'all wanted, Shitkickler. You wanted that. That's at the heart of your people. Don't lie. Don't lie. If it wouldn't be there if you didn't like it. Okay, that's what it is. But let's in order, and that's what you did. That's what you did. You liked it. You enjoyed it. Now you want to blame somebody else. But let's keep listening to
all
Shitkickler.
the art is now falling for it. Millions of Germans no longer participate any longer. It does not appeal to them anymore. This art was not born from our people. It is foreign to us and will remain foreign.
He blaming other folk for giving them what they asked for, but that's okay. Let's keep listening.
Has nothing to do with the German character and did not come.
Yeah, that's like blaming OnlyFans and porn on somebody over somewhere else. That's what you're watching. You want to watch it. Okay, let's keep on listening.
From our soul, it was imposed on our people by a subversive press, which made it acceptable. And parallel to this, already the assault begins against the education of our children's brains. The tearing out all the memories of our German past, the insult to all the great men of our people, the removal of its memory from the hearts and brain out of the German youth.
We got old Shitkickler is complaining about what he perceives as outside forces coming in negatively influencing the people of Germany with this degenerate consumption of stuff. Do you understand what I'm saying? So Shitkickler and the Yahtzee party, this is how they rose to power. Okay, so that's Shitkickler. That's one of his little. We'll let him go on back to hell. Head on back to hell, Shitkickler.
Did you know that after World War I
want you to listen to this cat too. This is the rhetoric that's out there. I want you to listen to these folk and how they talking. Listen to this. Watch them place blame on somebody.
Germany had to sign the Treaty of Versailles that pretty much crippled the country, leaving them in debt, ruin, and in chaos. Most people couldn't survive. So they looked for other means of their survival as the Bolsheviks.
They couldn't survive because they picked a fight and went to war with some people that whooped up on them real good. Okay, that's what happened. They got whooped on in a war, and they end up having to break themselves for losing the fight, for starting the fight, for being stupid. Okay, let's not place blame. You picked a fight, you lost, you got whooped on, and now like, okay, now you got to pay up. That's what happens in war. But we don't feel sorry for the German people before World War I. You picked a fight, you got whooped on, and there you go. But let's keep
took control of Germany over the 1920s, and it became the
So he's complaining about the bluish people. You understand? He's complaining about the bluish people, the Smurfs, That's placing blame. It's always somebody else's fault, not your own degeneracy and desire.
Center of degeneracy, perversion, and just immoral behavior. The Bolsheviks took over much control over all of Germany, over its art and cinema, over the newspapers.
So he's blaming the bluish people from the art that they're selling to people who want to buy it.
Over any media outsourced, controlled most of the governments. And while the country was suffering, they took this opportunity to push their ideas of perversion and subversion onto the culture.
So you telling me that the white dudes in Germany that was there, they wasn't perverted at all? Because I'm looking at these information, and it said y'all had 80 gay bars in Berlin alone. I ain't never been to Berlin. I don't know how big it is, but if you had 80 gay bars and 50 lesbian bars, sound like y'all had the perversion there. That's what it sounds like to me. Sounds like the perversion was there already, and somebody just opened up a store for y'all to come in and consume the perversion. To me, that's what it sounds like to me. Sounds like a little blame shifting to me, but let's keep listening.
Society devolved at a very fast pace, and common people had to do things like turn tricks and give their services.
I'm sorry, did you say common people had to turn tricks? You telling me common people they wasn't turning tricks before? In that little 8-year time period, that's the first time that the tricks were being turned. Is that what you're trying to say, sir? Are you saying, because look, because look, I grew up in Los Angeles. And when I was little, okay, 14, 15, my Uncle Slim, we would drive down a street called Figueroa, okay? And I didn't know what was going on, okay? I didn't know what was going on. But every now and then, my Uncle Slim would say, damn. And I'm like, what's going on, Uncle Slim? Did you stub your toe in your Cadillac? Did you got a splinter in your finger? Damn. He owned his big cell phone. They had big cell phones back then. Yeah, he said, yeah, man, damn. And I come to find out, Uncle Slim was looking at the ladies of the night, even though it was daytime. I didn't know what was going on. He just picked me up from school. What was happening, Uncle Slim? What's going on? What's happening? Uncle Slim is gazing. The male gaze is being foisted upon these innocent women, these regular people who out here have forced to turn tricks. You trying to tell me these women were forced to turn these tricks? Is that what you said? So that's the same thing. Is that what's going on? They forced. That's what you're saying, sir? I don't know. I think they were out there voluntarily. I think they wanted to be out there. I think they'd rather do that than have a job. But just keep listening to the mouth. Come on here.
To others, you could even call on the phone young girls to be delivered to your house like Uber Eats.
Why would you do that if it wasn't in you to do that, sir? That's what I'm trying to explain to y'all. It seemed like a lot of gaslighting and blame shifting. Looked like, to me, I'm just saying, as an outsider looking in, looked like y'all was on some perverted, freaky stuff. Okay, but this is the precursor to the rise of Shit Kickler. Shit Kickler came in, all right, with the Yahtzee party and said, we gonna regulate all this, man. We're gonna hold back. We're gonna get this thing out of here. That's what they wanted. That's what they wanted.
And then you pay for their services along with people doing disgusting and degenerate acts with pregnant women, mother-daughter duos, and not to.
That's what y'all doing now. That's what y'all doing right now.
And places like Berlin became the hot spot for depravity and degeneracy, and people literally erasing their morals and ethics down to nothing, so they would be involved with disgusting practices with animals, pregnant family members, just to get by, and it essentially erased the moral line that most people had and brought them down to.
Now you see how similar this sounds, the stuff that they saying right now here in America, they blaming everybody else. That's what you wanted. Y'all did it, that's what you wanted, but let's keep listening.
Literal animals. And this is
what happens when you are trained to believe that you're superior and you can't accept responsibility. You're dealing with big children.
One of the first places in Berlin to open a transgender clinic, and to push that on the mass population.
They did it over here too. That's what you've been doing. You're doing that everywhere. That's what y'all do. That's what us brown and black people are complaining about. That y'all bring that everywhere. That's what you do, sir. Let's keep listening.
This has been used for a very long time to subvert things and flip things on its head. Because if you start to realize the people in control and what they actually worship, this would make a lot more sense to you of why they're pushing this onto the population, especially now more than ever. It definitely seems like we are Weimar Republic with Wi-Fi. So if you ever wonder why they were burning all those books when a certain group of people came to power.
He back to talking about the bluish people. The books, y'all were reading the books. Apparently he's talking about the books being burned. I guess the books are these freaky books. You see what I'm saying? With freaky stuff in them. Who was reading them books? Somebody bought those books. And it was the people of Germany who bought those books. Let's keep listening though. White country. Keep listening.
It wasn't because they were burning these books of knowledge. They were burning books of perversion and degradation that were being pushed onto the people
to
control them. Because if you want to control a man, you have to bring him down to the levels of an animal. So if you're interested, come join us live on Strange Brew Podcast. You can find it on any podcast platform. We will be live.
Let's move on, sir. We're gonna move on.
1933, right?
So this is more about,
and women were even allowed.
Let's listen to a little bit of this. Let's listen to a little bit. Then we're gonna get on. We're gonna move on.
Talking about wheelbarrows full of dollars just to buy a loaf of bread. This is a reference to the final days of the Weimar Republic. You see, things were just fine at first, by some measure at least. Weimar was able to establish a rather successful political system, civil rights, and women were even allowed to vote. Seemingly very progressive for
somewhere between the gay and women having the right to vote. It causes white rage amongst white men. I'm just saying, I'm trying to draw some parallels. Being broke, women doing well for themselves, having some right to vote, and gay people being gay causes white men to be angry. At least that's what we're looking at in Germany. I'm just saying, let's point it out. I know some white people listening. Don't be mad at me. This is your history. I'm just pointing it out because the rest of us are looking around like, why all of a sudden all these white folk mad at these immigrants? There's been plenty of immigrants here for decades now. Why are you mad now? Where's all this rage coming from? This is what you're talking about. Where did it come from? Let's keep listening.
Its time, art and culture flourished in the years following the World War, but since all wars are bankers' wars, the same bankers who set up the Federal Reserve in the United States said that with Germany being the loser of World War I, of course, had to pay incredibly high reparations to the Allied powers. So to pay their bills, the Weimar Republic began printing more money. Lots of
They say, oh, you want to pay your bill? We're just going to print more money and send you some of this money. That's what happened. Let's keep listening.
And as a result, they went through hyperinflation, causing the amount of money to rise and the value of currency to fall. The prices for goods and services went through the roof, and people's savings almost instantly lost almost all of their value. In 1923, when prices doubled every few days, hyperinflation was at its worst. So that was when people had to carry around wheelbarrows full of money just to buy basic necessities like a loaf of bread. But there were other things going down in Weimar besides the money printer going.
There was other things going around and down in Weimar. Keep listening.
The modernist movement's pinnacle was actually the Weimar Republic, and it saw unprecedented emphasis on sexuality and gender.
Some kind of way. When white folk get free, they get freaky at the same time, and they go off the scale with it. And this angers a certain coalition of white folk. Just keep listening.
Beside the rise of art, film, and media, Weimar became associated with experimentation and sexuality, with Berlin known as the queer capital of Europe. And there was a booming trans community organizing there, even publishing their own magazines and newspapers. A publication known as The Third Sex circulated in Weimar's final years, encouraging trans people to live their lives without a mask. Pictures were posted of men in drag, dressed up as Cleopatra, and articles were written advocating for equal rights and protection of trans people. There were even fictional contributions, such as the first issue's short tale called Girl Boy, providing advice for parents, coworkers, and neighbors of trans persons. I would say that we're definitely hitting.
All right, so you guys are starting to say, y'all still with me, because we got work to do, okay? Because I need to begin. And now that I've explained to you in recent history, okay, and of course, as you can imagine, you know, we know what happened after that. Skittler took control of Germany. Shitkickler took control of Germany, and the Yahtzee party took over, and they began to target the bluish people. Heavily targeted them with Yahtzee propaganda and anti-bluish ideologies. It led to wide-scale discrimination, exclusion, and ultimately these people were unalived. You understand what I'm saying? They basically used them as scapegoats. All right. Now, you know, I know who I'm talking to my people. And my people are black, okay? And if you look at a bluish person, you are like, they look like they white to me, right? And so the question you have to ask yourself as a black person, well, why were they targeting these bluish people? And we understand why they would target the so-called gypsies. These are people who are brown. I guess they definitely not Northern Europeans. Okay, they were the Romani people. Political opponents were targeted when the Yahtzee party came to power. Of course, the LGBT were prosecuted. Even intellectuals were prosecuted. People like Einstein had to flee Germany because he was not only an intellectual, but he was also a bluish person. All right. And in the context of Yahtzee ideology and policies, liberalism defined broadly as a support for democratic governance and civil liberties, okay? And individual freedoms and all that stuff was incompatible with the Yahtzee regime and authoritarianism and totalitarianism, all right? You're gonna do what I say when I say do it. Now, here's the other thing you gotta understand, and I wanna talk to my black people specifically. The reason that they target the bluish people, right, is rooted in the combination of racism and ideology and conspiracy theories, and this long-lasting anti-bluish precedent. The Nazi regime officially justified their actions with a lot of false and harmful reasoning, but the bottom line is we got to look past that and understand that white folk, the Yahtzees, saw these people as they call them. First of all, they weren't considered white. Okay. In fact, I've talked about this on numerous occasions on this particular channel, where I explained that white people that we consider white now weren't always white. The Irish weren't white. The Polish weren't white. The Jewish people were not white. And, the Italians definitely were not white. They were considered inferior races, and they were incompatible with the so-called racial purity of this Aryan master race. You understand me? That's what they were at with it. They wanted to keep this social purity popping off. Okay. And they argued that in order, under the false pretense that the bluish people were responsible for the moral decay and capitalism and communism and all that, they began to do horrible things to them. Okay. Again, the real reason, the true motivation behind the Yahtzee party targeting the bluish people was racial hatred and ideological fantasyism, if we'll say. It's no different than the same reason they targeting these brown and black immigrants that they're running up out of the United States right now. I'm telling the truth. You know, I'm telling the truth, because I don't see them rounding up these Canadians and shipping them back to Canada or sending them to Uganda or El Salvador. It's the truth. You understand me, family? We're going to deal with the truth, or we're not going to deal at all. But that's what's going on. Now, here's the thing. Understanding this Yahtzee conception of race, okay, it's basically, shout out to Canary Violence, it's basically pseudoscience, it's beliefs that often it doesn't align with science, but there's a racial hierarchy, and they put the Aryan or Nordic race at the top, which they associate with qualities of strength and purity and superiority, even though we all know that ain't really happening. That's the crux, that's the pinnacle, that's the cornerstone of this white supremacy brainwashing. Nevertheless, they classify Jewish people as a racial group, not as a religious group or a cultural community. Okay, and they thought the bluish people as less than. You see, that's where they're coming from. And why is that? Well, it's based on historical. It's based on the fact that they clearly are an ethnic group. They are they see them as different. We see them as white, but that's a broad category. That's like us classifying all black people as black. But when we look at a sub-Saharan African, we can clearly see the difference between them and most Black Americans. We're different people. But they also saw them as a racial threat because of the potential chance for interbreeding. You understand what I'm saying? And here's the thing. I want to talk to you all about somebody so we can have a better understanding. Who knows who Dr. Frances Cress Welsing is? Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, our mother, sister, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing has moved on. And but she was a brilliant doctor. She was a psychiatrist. She was an author. She was a theorist. Let me see if I can get a photograph of her so I can kind of put her up here so we can kind of put it in context. She had this debate back in the 70s when she was a young woman, and she really just blew this racist know nothing all out the water. Let me see if I can pull this photograph up so you can see our sister. She passed on some years back. And let me see if I can put this up. You all hit the #1 button if you can see this. This is our sister right here, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. Rest in power. Rest in power, queen. Okay. Nevertheless, she was known for this particular theory regarding white people and racial dynamics. And her work primarily centered on the concept of racial issues, and they're rooted in these deep-seated psychological and biological cultural factors. So Dr. Welsing, she was most, and some of you probably read this book, she was most known for the ISIS papers. Okay, and if you haven't read the book, it's the ISIS Papers, The Keys to Colors, the 1991 edition. I actually have that, where she explores her theories about race and genetics and power. Something that I didn't know until I began listening to her, which seems obvious, but white people are a genetic minority on the planet. And Dr. Welsing argued that white people are, because of their racial minority status in the global context, they originated from a small group of Europeans who migrated out of the larger population of dark and black people, brown people, and they got lost and isolated. They left in small numbers, and because of their environment, because of their habitat, they developed psychological and behavioral adaptations to maintain power and control. Okay, they were people that were stuck in an environment that was hostile. And so they had to adapt culturally and physically to deal with that, So some of the things that these behaviors that white people from Northern Europe had to deal with caused for them to be who they are. She actually theorized that white people's behaviors and attitudes, such as racism and violence and the need to dominate, are driven by deep-seated fear of extinction or being overwhelmed by populations. According to her, this fear is rooted in their genetic origins and their desire to survive. You understand? And that leads to this racist actions, of what we perceive to be racist actions to maintain dominance. Now, I want you all to understand something real quick. Okay, let's talk about it. If you were in a room with 93 people and you were 7 deep, you and your family members, and all of these people surrounding you, some may wish you harm, some didn't, but your job is to survive, right? What would you do to survive, right? I'm just pointing it out. What would you do to survive? What sort of pressure would you be under if you were a tiny group of people isolated and stuck in a small room with limited resources? You do everything you possibly could to survive. And that is the source of white supremacy racism, based on what Dr. Frances Cress Welsing has taught us in her many years. So this is, I'm trying to help y'all understand. You see, one of the keys of understanding is being able to put yourself in the mind of folks so you can really get it. Nevertheless, her theory posits that the systematic racism and white supremacy are driven by these underlying fears of basically being overwhelmed and being bred out of existence. And so she saw racism as a manifestation of collective fear leading to these oppressive behaviors aimed at maintaining racial dominance so they can survive. Here's the thing. Dr. Cress Welsing's theory about white folk revolves around the idea that they're genetically and psychologically distinct, okay? And their behaviors are driven by fears of genetic dilution. And her work links this fear to systematic racism and white supremacy. They're one in one. That fear gives rise to what these behaviors are. You see, and that's why even though white folks are doing great in America, and they're actually doing great all the way around the world, they own every damn thing, okay? They still feel as though they're losing, okay? And their fear, this fear manifests as a desire to maintain racial purity, and it leads to systematic oppression and violence and exclusion of groups perceived as threats to racial integrity, specifically Black people. Because when you really look at it, and she used to use pool balls, the darker you are, the more of a threat you are. You see, if you're light, if you're white, you're all right. If you're yellow, you're mellow. If you're brown, stay down. And if you're Black, get back. I think that was something that she used. I just found it to be intriguing. But now let's put that in the context of the Yahtzees, okay? This Yahtzee racial ideology was centered around maintaining Aryan racial purity that targeted the bluish people and the Romani people, okay? And disabled individuals and others believing that these groups threatened the racial purity and biological integrity, okay? They also targeted the behaviors of the LGBT because they said that was incompatible with the vision of a healthy Yahtzee party, okay? And so both Welsing and this model of the Yahtzee ideology, it focused on these perceived threats. So she put forth a great understanding. So now the Yahtzee saw interbreeding and cultural mixing, and shout out to David Johnson, as a threat to racial purity, which aligned conceptually with what Dr. Welsing was trying to explain. And the Yahtzees aim to eliminate groups. By the way, she studied in Germany. When you listen to one of her broadcasts from back in the day, she studied in Germany for some time. But nevertheless, so she understood that. She went there. But when we apply what she said and we accept this premise that there's a fear of genetic dilution that motivates this, racial oppression, and we see what the Yahtzees did to the bluish people and the Romani people, then it begins to make sense, even targeting the LGBT group. You see what I'm saying? So that is the premise. This is not something that's new. Now, I'm gonna move on to something. Shout out, I know you guys have contributed to the super chat. Shout out to David Johnson. Thank you, Johnny Harris. I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna read all the super chats when I finish. But it's important. This is a complicated subject, but we need to get this here so that you all can have it in a year, 2 years, 10 years, so you can see and understand what needs to be said. Now, a shout out to all my foundational Black Americans. I'm going to give you all some history that is not often discussed, okay? I'm going to talk to you about when white men throw a temper tantrum, which is basically what we're talking about. And one of those main time periods has to do with Reconstruction. Now, when I talk about Reconstruction, I'm not talking about when your third grader floods the bathroom and now you have to do some reconstruction in your house. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about examining the post-Civil War period, particularly after Reconstruction ended in the 1870s through the lens of the ideas we've discussed, specifically the concept of white supremacists aimed to maintain this racial cultural purity. Okay, so we went from basically the Weimar Republic, and we jumped back, okay, about 50, 60 years. We went from Germany to America. Shout out to FBA. Somebody type FBA in the chat room. Somebody type FBA in the chat room. And all you immigrants, all you black immigrants, I need you to listen up. So you see, your problem right now is you're arrogant. The problem that immigrants have is you're arrogant. You think you understand when you don't. I'm going to try to give you some history because, see, without us and without a true understanding of who we are and what we know and what has created our culture, you all are going to get folded up like some lawn chairs in the next 5, 10, 20 years. That's what's about to happen to you because Black Americans are pulling back their cover. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow, and I'm going to have another barn burner for y'all on Monday. We're going to keep this going. But now let's learn something. Somebody type learn something in the chat room. When we talk about post-Reconstruction, when we examine the post-Civil War period, particularly after Reconstruction ended in the 1870s, all right, we got to talk about white supremacy. We got to talk about racial purity, okay? We want to provide some insight into the motivations behind these wing nuts in hoods called the KKK and the implementation of the Jim Crow laws. After the Civil War, the Southern states faced challenges. All right, they had to deal with all these free Black people who that they were not prepared to deal with at all. Now, Reconstruction is something that lasted from 1865 to 1877. It was a period where the federal government wanted to rebuild the South and promote civil rights for Black Americans, including voting rights and protections. And at the end of Reconstruction, in 1877, the Northern troops that were keeping the peace down South and keeping the former Confederates at bay, they withdrew. They went back north. They went back to Boston. They went back to wherever they came from. They got out the South. And what that did was it left Black Americans vulnerable to white supremacist attacks. And what you had was a resurgence of white supremacy. White Southerners, they'd had to deal with the humiliation for 11 years. They were determined to reassert their white dominance. And they initiated violence and legal measures to suppress Black and civil rights and maintain this racial hierarchy. You see what I mean? That was the rise of the KKK. They showed up right after the Civil War ended in 1865. And they became violent and they acted as terrorists. The state and local authorities enacted local laws and they codified racial segregation. And from the perspective of a white supremacist, Black American represented a threat to their control, to their power, to their authority, to their racial purity. Because now guess what? White woman could go be with a Black man if she wanted to. Black man could go be with a white woman. I'm sure we know anything about European history. It was some gay stuff going on. On top, you had interracial mixing, miscegenation, okay? You had everything that brings about white rage. You understand? They literally wanted to stop these white and Black relationships. Black cultural expressions and social integration challenged the racial hierarchy. It prompted efforts to suppress Black cultural autonomy and you had the genetic and biological. Are we seeing the same line? You see what we're talking about? We seeing the same, this is the same stuff. Okay. See, they mad at Latinos right now. You think that? You got white Latinos saying, I'm white. And they're like, no, you're not. You are non-white Latino, a non-white They're afraid. It's the same stuff, the race mixing. Why the fears? Because they want to be able to maintain white supremacy, and it requires the suppression of the black political and social power. We talk about Reconstruction. They believe that any mixing would weaken the superior white race. What they believe is any mixing is going to cause for them to begin to disappear and be bred out. That's at the crux. And I'm not talking about all white people. I'm just talking to white folks that subscribe to this foolish concept, this brainwashing. And so guess what happened? The terror attacks against black folk. Okay? You see what I'm saying? Even the white allies, they reinforce the racial boundaries to intimidate black Americans from asserting their rights. You see? This is very similar to what the Yahtzees did. Both of them were based on pseudo-scientific ideas about race and biology just to justify the violence and segregation. Both aimed to prevent mixing, whether cultural, social, or biological. You know, it was a time where if you went to a concert, the black folk had to sit on one side and the white folk had to sit on one side. That's how serious these people were. They wouldn't even let you come in the front door to walk past white people when you would go to a concert where a black person was singing or performing. Okay? And so the post-Reconstruction era, you had these white supremacist backlash. You know, it could be understood through the same lens as the Yahtzee party. It was even driven by fear. You see? The same fear, racial, cultural, biological dilution. These white Southerners were motivated by their racist beliefs, and they wanted to enforce this racial segregation and suppress black political. There was a time when we had vast amounts of land. I want you all to understand something. Matter of fact, let's check this video footage, y'all. Y'all hit the #1 button, and we're going to talk about it, okay? We're going to talk about it. Hit the #1 button. Everybody in the chat room, let me know if you can hear this clearly. We're talking about Reconstruction. Check this out.
Carolina is a city known for its picturesque waterfront and rich history, but beneath the surface lies a dark and violent past. In 1898, Wilmington was the site of one of the most brutal acts of racial.
1898, this is right after Reconstruction ended. Well, not right after, but Reconstruction ended in 1977. Listen, this is what they did. You immigrants who swear up and down, all you got to do is work harder. We did work hard. We've always worked hard. And they came in and tore our stuff down out of jealousy. Black people had land, we had farms, we had money, we had wealth, we had our own towns. This is what white folk did, okay?
Violence in American history, known as the Wilmington Massacre. The growing influence of black voters and politicians threatened the power of white supremacists in the city. So on November 10th, 1898, a group of armed white supremacists, including members of the Ku Klux Klan, marched on City Hall, intent on overthrowing the government. They attacked and killed black residents, burned down black-owned businesses.
They burned down black-owned businesses. See, it's not just about your skin color, it's about your ability to earn and generate money in this system. Remember what I told you, the delusion that hits white folk when they see you doing well, they just can't believe you must have got it dishonestly because you people can't do nothing right, according to this brainwashing I've received called white supremacy. Let's keep listening.
Forced elected officials to resign at gunpoint. The aftermath of the massacre was devastating.
They forced the black elected officials to resign by gunpoint. You understand me? I want you to understand what these folks, the extent that these people will go.
The thriving community was destroyed, and many residents were forced to flee their lives. The Wilmington Massacre of 1898 is a tragic reminder of the brutal violence and oppression that American descendants of slavery have faced throughout history.
That's just one of hundreds.
I need you to sit with this.
Colfax, Louisiana.
Over 100 black men were unalived in one day. Not during slavery, after it ended. And not by some rogue vigilante. This was coordinated white rage.
100 black men were unalived in Colfax, Louisiana in one day. Can you imagine that? One day. You could have lost all the men folk in your family. I want you to understand, all you black immigrants who swear up and down that you were dealing with the same stuff we were dealing with. No, you haven't. What does that do to a family to lose one man? Now imagine what it does to a town, to a community to lose 100 men in one day.
Backed by a system that never intended for us to be free. So let's talk about Colfax, Louisiana. The massacre the textbooks call a riot, but the ancestors know better. It was Easter Sunday, 1873. Reconstruction was in full swing, and Black folks in Grant Parish had just made political history. They'd voted, organized, and helped elect a legitimately biracial Republican government that didn't sit right with the local white Democrats. So what did they do?
Keep in mind, the Democrats were the party of the white man. Okay? I don't really think they've changed very much. I think they've changed mass. But keep listening.
Tested the election, and when that didn't work, they loaded their rifles. About 150 Black men, most of them formerly enslaved, took refuge in the courthouse to defend their newly elected officials. For 3 weeks, they stood their ground. Then came the siege. A white mob of more than 300 stormed the courtroom with guns and even a small cannon. When Black defenders finally surrendered, thinking they'd be taken into custody, many were executed on the spot, hands in the air, kneeling, still unalived. And here's where it gets even more sickening. Only 3 white men were ever tried. Only 1 was convicted. In the Supreme Court, they overturned it because they said the federal government had no right to prosecute private citizens for violating the civil rights of Black Americans. So let me say that again. The highest court in the land said that protecting Black life wasn't in their jurisdiction. This was the beginning of the end for Reconstruction. The Klan emboldened Black voters, intimidated, federal protections snatched away. So the next time somebody says, we've come a long way, ask them if they've heard of Colfax. Ask them why the mass unaliving of Black people was treated like a misunderstanding. Ask them why it's still called a riot. And while they scramble for the answers to your questions, remind them, our people didn't die for a seat at the table. They died defending the one that they built.
You hear that? Now, I want you all to understand what Colfax, Louisiana is. Let me show you something on my cell phone. Okay? I want to show you something. Look at this. You see that? Now, that's Colfax, Louisiana right there. If you see right above, there's a little town called Ruston. Just to the west of that town is a place called Grambling State University, about 6 miles to the west. That's where I went to school. You understand me? So invariably, that's part of that town's history. You understand? This is how close this is to me. And on top of that, I went to school in Baton Rouge. Let's keep listening. So this is our reality as Black Americans. You ever heard of Sundown Town? Somebody type Sundown Town, and that's clearly one of them. Hit the number 1, but let's keep listening.
So the argument that Reconstruction failed is part of the lost cause narrative. So the lost cause narrative being that narrative that ex-Confederates created to justify why they lost the Civil War. So they go through and they rewrite the history of the war, and they say, the war wasn't about slavery, it was about states' rights and all of.
They do try to do that. They try to rewrite this history, right? Instead of calling it a massacre, they call it a riot. It was a riot, and we just put it down. No, that's not what happened. Let's keep listening, though. Hit the number 1 button.
But they add on to it with Reconstruction, and they say Reconstruction failed. They said Black people were freed from slavery. They were given every possible opportunity to succeed. They got the vote and equal rights and all.
They got the vote. They got the equal rights. But when they exercised those rights, we went into the town and we unalived all of them by the hundreds. They never tell you that part. So you immigrants, you Black immigrants, you come over here, you think you understand what's going on. You call us lazy. You tell us to work harder. You don't think our foundation of Black American brothers and sisters worked hard coming out of slavery to build all these towns and then just have them turn around and get burnt right down? That's what you all don't seem to understand. Let's keep listening.
All of these things, and they failed to make the most of it. So that was a story that they told. And it went right alongside with the Civil War being about states' rights and having nothing to do with slavery. So this is the big lie of the 19th century.
Big lie.
Well said.
Yes, of the 19th century. But this argument that Reconstruction failed is part of that, right? And so a lot of people grew up hearing it. And when you talk to young people today about what they learned about Reconstruction, they say, well, oh, it failed. And when you press them on what failed, they can't tell you what failed, or they won't tell you what failed, depending on where they went to school. And so, what I realized with listening to the audience, listening to people, what I heard was that historians have been using this shorthand. And what they mean is when historians today use it, what they're saying is that the federal government failed. But they're not saying explicitly that the federal government failed. They will use a shorthand and say Reconstruction failed. And it's like, no, you're feeding into the problematic narrative by not saying who failed to do what. And what people are doing is they're taking that silence and they're filling in the blanks. And some of those blanks that they're filling in are those stories that they heard in K through 12, which is that Reconstruction failed because Black people failed to make the most of it. So I argue we need to let that narrative go. And if we're talking about who failed, we need to say exactly who failed. But we also need to acknowledge that Reconstruction was violently overthrown and abandoned.
Violently overthrown. Shout out to David Johnson. That's the point I wanted to make. Let's move on to this little lady right here. Now, I want you to understand, when they talk about all these men and women and children killed, we're not just talking about poor folk. We talk about lawyers, doctors, educated from the North, from the South. If you had Black folk from other countries there, like immigrants from the Caribbean, all of them got unalived at that day. Keep listening.
An environment that encourages political violence. The parallel between what the KKK did during Reconstruction, remember, they too unalived political leaders, and the climate that Trump's America is creating is uncanny. Y'all, we are witnessing a troubling repetition of history. What is currently happening in this country happened during Reconstruction. Are you listening? Y'all need to wake up and see the danger of this administration.
So I started doing some digging into this soldier right here, George Alonzo Thomas. George grew up in Atlanta, Georgia, where his father worked for the government. In September 1906, the Thomas family's life was altered forever. For 4 days, white mobs took to the street in an orgy of death and destruction, attacking Black civilians and destroying Black-owned businesses, including taking the life of one Black Civil War veteran, George Union Wilder. Fortunately, the Thomas family survived and joined over 6 million Black Southern refugees seeking safety in the North. The family lived at this house at 65 N Street North.
You hear that? 6 million Black people had to leave the South. Now they talk about the first. I'm gonna talk about that too. But you understand that this is what's going on. This is what's going on with Black folks. Okay. This is what we had to deal with. All right, let's let them keep talking.
West in Washington, D.C. After returning from World War I in 1919, George and his family would live through a second race massacre during the Red Summer of 1919. He would go on to work for the War Department while his dad worked for the Department of the Interior.
I'm going to talk about that a little later, but keep listening.
George is buried at Arlington National Cemetery. I guess it's time to make a trip to bring this photo to his final resting place. And that's your Black History Fact of the day.
All right.
In the mid-1800s, during Reconstruction, Forsyth was a mixed county where Black people made considerable strides. By 1910, 10% of the population was Black, with Black families owning 200 to 300 acres of property individually. 2 years later, in the midst of the Jim Crow era, an anti-Black campaign led 2 neighboring counties to expel its Black populations, inspiring Forsyth to do the same. The catalyst was the alleged rape and murder of a white woman by 3 Black men in the town of Cumming. After the lynching and hangings, white mobs terrorized Forsyth's Black residents.
A Black man would open his front door in the morning and he would see a bundle of sticks tied with string just laying on his front doorstep. And that was all it took. Because that was saying, next time it'll be dynamite.
I want you guys to conceptualize what was just said right there. You have worked your entire life. You built yourself up. You've done all these great things. You've built a home for your family. and and some white folks decide it's just time for you to leave. And so they put a bundle of sticks at your doorstep. A bundle of sticks at your doorstep. And in that, they threaten that they're going to literally blow up your house. This is what black folks had to deal with. They basically confiscated people's land. Did y'all hear that? Did you all hear what was said? We had done well after Reconstruction. Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, have always done well when left alone, but white folk won't leave us alone. These were doctors, these were lawyers, these were business owners. These are the type of people that own things, just like many of you listening right now. They own things. They did great. Their children were educated. You understand what I'm saying? We had colleges. We had universities. This is what we did. So when you all say that, oh, you just need to work harder, you act as if we hadn't. And those of you all who don't know our history, it's insulting to people like me who do know our history and know our legacy. But let's keep listening.
There were 48 families who were documented landowners in Forsyth County at that time. Black
48
documented landowners at that time.
In a matter of days, 1,100 Black people were displaced, eclipsing any wealth and progress they'd made during Reconstruction.
They had to.
Did you hear that? You hear how many Black families were erased? Families, not people, families. 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 people just removed. Think about that. What if somebody just came to your neighborhood, said you got to go? You got, that's it. Nothing else. Everything you work, leave everything, and the next thing you know, it's some white folk living in your house. Think about that.
Leave Forsyth County, regardless of what you had, what you owned, you had to leave.
Elon Osby is a descendant of one of those families. Her grandfather owned somewhere between 60 and 80 acres of land in Forsyth.
I have a home here that's on an acre of land almost, and you're really proud of that, you know, and to think that my grandfather had 80-something acres, it's staggering. It hurts, it's sad, and I can't imagine what my grandfather must have been feeling. Land was more important than money in the bank. And I'm sure that he was very proud of himself as a Negro man, you know, to have property like that. See that hatred firsthand.
Now, I want y'all to understand, this is not before the end of slavery. This is after the end of slavery. Some of you all, especially if you're my age, some of my Generation X people and the people who are baby boomers, your grandparents were alive at this time. Your grandparents dealt with this. You see what I mean? So when these people come in and tell us what we haven't done and what we can't do, that's why we like, all right, just hang around.
And to know that this is still happening, that these people still feel this way, it was just very scary to me. And still, it you know, it just pounded it home even more. You don't go there.
Does it bother you that Forsyth is now one of the wealthiest counties in Georgia and the country?
When I first heard that several years ago, it bothered me.
Basically, these people, these white folk, confiscated by force these Black people's land. They sat on it for a couple of generations, and now it is one of the wealthiest enclaves in Georgia. I want y'all to understand that. You see what I'm saying? All you friendly immigrants, I want you to understand, this is the history I grew up with. See, my grandmother was alive at this time period. So I got the firsthand conversations about what really goes on in the United States. Now, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen in other places. I just want y'all to understand, as a foundational Black American man with foundational Black American heritage and family members, this is the information I learned firsthand from the people who experienced it. You understand? That's the difference largely between me and you all. Not just me and you all, but me and many of the immigrant people who come here. You just think everything's all good. Everything's like, haven't you succeeded? Oh my God, what's wrong with you? They took our people's stuff and burned it down. They took our people's stuff and confiscated. They took our people's stuff and they're still benefiting off of it right now. Forced us out of our land and forced us into the cities because we couldn't deal with the racial terrorism that was going on.
Descendants would still be there, living on their property, if they had not been forced to leave. You didn't even dream or think that there was going to be a black president. Never would you think about that. And so then when it happens, you think, oh my goodness, we're getting there. We're getting to the mountaintop. No, we haven't gotten there. Things have not really changed.
Here's a question. Is history repeating itself, or is it just picking up where it left off? Today in Missing American History, we're going back to a time when America had an opportunity to reinvent itself and become the great nation that so many people wanted, and so many others didn't. We're going back to the Reconstruction era. We'll start by defining our terms. Impunity is exemption from punishment or freedom from the injurious consequences of an action. A massacre is an indiscriminate and brutal slaughter of people. A riot is a violent disturbance of the peace by a crowd, and a mass shooting is defined as an event in which one or more individuals are actively engaged in killing or attempting to kill people in a populated area. If you've been following my posts, you may have noticed that Mondays have been reserved for massacres, riots, and mass shootings. I already had something planned for today, but thanks to recent events, I thought I would change up a little bit. This map shows the nearly 2,000 lynchings that occurred between 1865 and 1876. That is...
I want you all to look at that. Let's look at this. I'm going to blow this up. I want you to look at this. These are lynchings. This is the terror that black people were subjected to. Look at that. Look at that. This is what we had to deal with. This is what was going on. And a lot of these folk that were lynched were business owners. They were upstanding members of the community. This is who they were lynching. You understand what I'm saying? Not just some poor sharecropper out there with no money. They were business competitors. Let's keep listening to the sister.
Nearly half of all recorded lynchings. This map shows the 34 massacres or race riots.
34. Why don't we ever hear about this? Now, I want you to understand this stuff happened in the 1920s. This is your grandparents were alive back then. And of course, just like most old people, they don't like talking about it. I wouldn't want to talk about it either. It's traumatic. Some of you all, got in a fight in the 5th grade and you don't want to talk about it. You could understand why our ancestors wouldn't want to talk about this. But it's our job so that we can understand and have a historical context of what's going on right now to make sure we unearth these things. Otherwise, we're doing ourselves a disservice. But let's keep listening to the sister.
If you prefer, that occurred during the same time. White mobs attacked black people in their communities because of politics, people marching because they want the right to vote, people exercising their right to vote because the weather changed, to reaffirm white supremacy and put blacks in their place, because they couldn't wait for them to go to trial, so they dragged them from...
Look at the stuff. Trenton, Tennessee, New Orleans, 1874, Alabama. Look at that.
Their jails?
All you folks who wondered why your people moved north, why y'all end up in Detroit, why'd y'all move from Alabama, why'd y'all move from Arkansas? This is why. This is why they had to get up out of there. It was intolerable. This is in a time, this should be something you can fathom. You understand? A time period. This is not 200 years ago. This is in the time of your great grandparents. Keep listening.
Because they had a black sheriff and they didn't want a black man telling them what to do.
Shout out to Michael J.
Sometimes it was just to terrorize folks. This is
had a black sheriff and they didn't want a black man telling them what to do. This is the sheriff. Shout out to David Johnson. David Johnson, thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. You understand what I'm saying? This is the power. This is the one sheriff out of all of these folk, and you want to go do all these things to undermine that little one person. I want y'all to understand that. This is the mindset that we're dealing with.
It's what losers who can't get over it do. And pass on to their grandbabies and great-grandbabies who travel to black churches, grocery stores, and black neighborhoods to pick up where history left off. You woke yet?
Yeah, I hope you immigrants up front, I need you to understand a little bit about black history. And see, the cold part about it is happening right now in front of your face. It's happening right now. It's only going to be a matter of time before things escalate. You understand what I'm saying? It's happening right now. Now, if you guys are enjoying this, I hope you all appreciate the work I'm doing. I'm actually moving pretty fast. I didn't know I was going to be able to get through all this material this fast. This is complicated, okay? But let's keep on moving. If you guys are with me, I'm going to keep on pushing. I want you to understand something. This wasn't the only time, okay? This was not the only time. I want to talk about a time called, and I'm going to call it Red Summer. Somebody type Red Summer in the chat room. Somebody type 1919 in the chat room. Somebody type Red Summer in the chat room. So here's what's going on, okay? World War I, which raged from July 28th to 1914, okay? July 28, 1914 to November 11th, 1918. It was transformative in that it evolved. It was the first time the whole world had been at war, so to speak. It involved a vast network of alliances and all these major European powers, and it drew nations from across the globe, including the United States. And the war reshaped borders, it toppled empires, and it triggered a profound and political and social and cultural change around the world. Amid this global struggle was Black men from the United States, foundational Black American men. We answered the call. Shout out to all the veterans. They served, they faced harsh racial discrimination at home, but they served, even over abroad they served. And the service in World War I stands as both a testament to our patriotism and our pivotal chapter, and it was a pivotal chapter in the fight for racial equality in America. It's the veterans that pushed the civil rights forward. We got to get these people rights. Look what they're doing for. They're sacrificing for the country. So mind you, we just stepping out of Reconstruction. And despite the segregationist policies, we're at the height of Jim Crow, and you had tens of thousands of Black men enter into the draft, or they volunteered to serve in the United States military. The armed forces at the time was strictly segregated, and Black soldiers were typically placed in separate units from their white counterparts, and many were regulated to menial labor support and logistic roles and loading cargo and digging ditches and serving as stevedores. They did not want to put guns in the hands of these Black men. They definitely did. We lose this war. We are not going to give these N-words guns to go out here and shoot white men. We will not do that, okay? Nevertheless, as necessity requires, a number of Black men and their regiments were deployed to Europe, and they engaged in active combat. Most notably, the 369th Infantry Regiment is famously known as the Harlem Hellfighters. This is an all-Black unit, Harlem Hellfighters, all Black unit, which served under the French command due to the reluctance of the American generals to allow them to fight alongside white troops. They earned widespread acclaim for their courage and battlefield effectiveness in the Western Front and France. Let me give you the backstory on that. Okay, so the The white soldier said, we hell no. Hell no. You gonna give N-words? Hell no. We're not fighting next to them. So the French said, pardon me, bring them to me. We will fight with them. Come and you would have these. So the French general said, we'll take them. Bring them over here. So the brothers went on over there. They fought. They called them the Harlem Hellfighters. And they received accommodations. I'm sure they fill of French women. I'm sure they had all of them had a French girlfriend. Okay, they got that pee empowerment, that vagina, I'm not gonna say the word because it's family friendly. Somebody type family friendly, but they were empowered over there. They realized, hold on a minute, I can pop white men and bang his woman. Oh my God. All right, nevertheless, that's a perspective. Come from the perspective over here. I want you to move back to the United States. We just came out of Reconstruction. A lot of these young men grew up doing that. The post-Reconstruction period, all that fear. Now somebody gave them saying black men a gun and said, you can go out here and unalive these white. They got to get off all their frustration and anger. And I'm sure that made them hold on a goddamn minute. Are you giving those black Americans guns? You're gonna send them home after this war. They're gonna have some mighty highfalutin ideas about racial segregation. Goddamn, you gonna give them guns? Oh hell no! So of course, right? Never. This is what these white generals and these American soldiers got in their mind. They're like, oh hell no, hell no, Bob. Gotta get it. But the French took them. Shout out to the French. Nevertheless, the Harlem Hellfighters spend more time in continuous combat than any other American unit. Okay, and they were widely praised for their resilience and fearlessness all across the world. The black man from America, he's a fighter. He helped the save France. So they was getting all the poontang, all the French poontang. I mean, they had French fries for them. Okay, they had all of it, everything French. The French fries. What else we got? French toast, French wine, French women, everything. France opened up the doors and let the black men come in, and the brothers kept fighting. All right, and so the soldiers and imagine, shout out to Kate Ferguson. So imagine these white soldiers from America saying, "Damn, turn it," right? They were awarded numerous accommodations. They call it the Cross the Cross of War. This is France's highest military honor. Can you imagine if you the white president of the United States, when you looking at this, the French just gave all our N-words, all our niggers, they just gave all our niggers the goddamn highest cross. Damn, they're gonna send them back over here. But nevertheless, the performance in battle, it shattered all these prevailing delusional racist myths about black inferiority, okay, as we thought it would, okay, and it proved beyond any doubt that black Americans were capable, brave, and committed to national service as anyone else, as if they didn't know that, because we had fought in all the wars leading up there. It seemed like every time we got close to a war, they said, oh no, we blacks, you're no good at war, you're scared. Y'all just had us fight in the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, the War of 1812, okay? And now here we are in World War II. You think we've changed? So it's a BS job. But anyway, while overseas, the brothers, the black soldiers, they experienced a certain degree of respect and social freedom in French society that was denied to them back in the United States. And of course, many of the brothers stayed. Brothers right now that stayed over there. They descended from people that stayed. And these interactions broaden their awareness of racial dynamics, and it inspired new visions of dignity. You understand me? And once a man has dignity, it's hard to get it up out of him. Nevertheless, despite their contributions abroad, the return home was bitter for many black veterans. This is the passport bros. You know, you passport bros, when you hop on that plane, headed back from Brazil or Thailand, and you got to get on that plane and head on back to the Matrix. Imagine how they feel. They was getting all that French stuff, you know, all that French that they had to hop on this plane and come back to they were like, damn, they got to go back to Alabama. But instead of receiving gratitude and equal treatment, when they got home, they were met with continued in some cases, intensified racism. We got to put these N-words back in their damn place. God damn it. Come on, Bubba, get the gun. You understand? That's basically what happened. So the black veterans, they were denied access to veterans benefits. Hell, you a black veteran, you faced the government gave you a job, but when you got back home, you faced employment discrimination. They were specifically targeted by white supremacist violence. Nothing like a black man in a suit, a uniform to challenge these notions of white supremacy. That's a symbol of control and power. And the years immediately following World War I saw a spike in racial tensions, including, and I believe culminating in what's called Red Summer of 1919. And this marked by race riots, lynchings, and dozens of cities just burnt up. You understand? Now contrast that by the treatment that the brothers received in Europe versus the racism they received at home. They endured at home. You understand? Returning soldiers became active in the fight for civil rights. They know there was a better way. They've experienced, they lived it for 4 years. And this military service became a catalyst for the social and political activism, and it laid the groundwork for Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and all them other dudes with the civil rights movement. It wouldn't be a civil rights movement but for the black men who served in the military, period. And you can take that and run it. That's why I always give a big shout out to our servicemen. It's right now. The black folk who are overrepresented in the military, you know, we comprise 25% of the United States armed services right now, us, and that's not even counting the civilians like the police, black men and black women at this point. You see, you all are the one that holds the line for black American military service in the World War. It represented both proud legacy and profound challenge. And on one hand, their participation demonstrated unwavering patriotism and a deep belief in the democratic ideals of our country. And even as they were excluded from fully enjoying those ideals, they still participated. And more so at that point, on the other hand, the treatment highlighted the hypocrisy of a nation that demanded loyalty and sacrifice from black folks and refused to grant us full citizenship. You mean we can go out and fight and die and kill for you on a battlefield, a foreign theater, but you won't even give us the right to vote? You see? Nevertheless, the brothers came home with their heads held high, and they approved, just like that movie, what's that movie? Sinners, Smokestack Twins. They were war veterans. You see how proud, you see how different they were? They came home just like these brothers. They came home with their head held high. They've proven their worth on the battlefield. They built camaraderie in adversity and returned more determined than ever to claim the rightful place in American society. Shout out to TIQS. You see? So here's the thing. The role of black soldiers in World War II was a defining moment in the foundational black American struggle for equality. They served with honor. They challenged racist assumptions. They overcame them. They helped lay the foundation for civil rights advances when they got home. You see what I mean? And these experiences abroad exposed the different models of racial coexistence that inspired many of the brothers to demand change. And though they were not welcomed back as heroes by the government, they became heroes to their communities and symbols of black excellence, you see? And the resilience. So here's the thing. I need y'all to understand something. Let me let y'all look at this. Y'all hit the number one, but let's check this out. I'll be right back.
American adults know our country is no stranger to racial violence. We may even be the originators. In 1919, race massacres in which white mobs attacked black citizens took place in more than 36 cities.
Now keep in mind, the context is what I laid. This is just prior or just after World War I. You got these uppity black men coming back from the war, thinking they're special, and white men don't like it. They're getting catchback. Some of those white men were over there. They getting catchback. Yeah, those N-words they got over there got uppity. I can't believe we got to put them back. We got to dominate. I want y'all to understand what we're dealing with, man. This is the same thing we're dealing with right now, man. Just telling you, hit the number one, but let's keep listening.
Across the country. This was known as the Red Summer. Let me tell you about it. I'm the young black mayor, your number one history influencer. Whether in cities big or small, down south or up north, white people ride. This was due to competition in jobs, housing markets, other beefs, and because black people were often used as strikebreakers. These riots are known as some of the first when black folks fought back. Our veterans led the fight. Still, from January till September, at least 43 black people were lynched. The states did not interfere or prosecute mob murderers. Riots occurred in D.C., Chicago, New York, and Philadelphia. Upwards of 240 were massacred in Elaine, Arkansas. What do you think about all the racial violence of the past? Is it connected to the present? All American.
I don't think y'all fully grasp what was just said. Over 240 were massacred in Elaine, Arkansas. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, look at all the thousands and thousands of black people that we even know about. Think about that. This is what the climate was like. This is 1920. Most of you all's grandma and grandfathers was alive at that time. This is for you all, some of you all, this is, 10, 20 years before your parents were born. This is what the racial climate was like in the United States of America. I want y'all to listen to that, fam. Let's keep listening.
Is the breakdown. Both black and white soldiers were returning from having served overseas in World War I. Since 1910, there had been a mass exodus of over 1 million black people from the South. They were escaping the humiliation of Jim Crow segregation and the lack of job opportunities. When white soldiers returned from service, they were dismayed to find that black workers had been hired for many of the factory jobs that they had once held. The economy was in pretty bad shape, and they found themselves competing with black people for adequate housing as well. The newly reestablished Klan was also making a show of itself, conducting a record number of lynchings, the victims of which were overwhelmingly black. All of those factors came together to make a perfect storm of resentment, economic insecurity, white supremacy, and fear. The newly established NAACP was helping to bring a sense of organization and legitimacy to the struggle for black liberation and equality. This generation of African Americans had aspirations of advancement in a society that fought them at every turn. They lovingly dubbed themselves the New Negroes to indicate that they intended to establish new ground rules for to be treated in society. Incidents of white violence began to break out in cities all over the North and Midwest. American textbooks have problematically termed these incidents as race riots, when in reality they were exhibitions of white rage in response to black advancement. If black people were perceived to exercise
380,000 black Americans served in World War I, only to return home and be treated like terrorists. The year is 1919. The First World War has ended and the soldiers are returning home. White Americans were furious. But why? During the war, while soldiers were overseas and fighting, black families were migrating up north and out west and taking industrial and labor jobs that were left behind by soldiers or by striking white workers. On top of all that, just the sight of black soldiers returning home in their uniforms with pride and a sense of accomplishment left these white Americans enraged. This increase in racial tensions led to a rise in lynching numbers.
Just think about that. The idea of a happy, confident black man who's proud of himself evokes something in these insecure white supremacists that they feel like they got to lash out. I just want you to think about that. Okay, let's keep listening.
Revival and record membership numbers for the KKK. Black veterans being assaulted and even killed in uniform. Racial riots and massacres in over 36 U.S. cities. This is what we now refer to as the Red Summer of 1919.
You listen.
America was a very racist. In the early 1900s, America was a very racist country that saw riots break out in 8 major cities. White America was, quite frankly, displeased with black progress as more self-sufficient, self-sustaining black communities sprung up all over America.
Black progress, okay? Black progress. Think about that. Black progress has made these folk want to lash out. What do we see happening right now? All these black immigrants and these brown immigrants doing well for themselves. You understand? It's not about what they have. They're still pocket watching you. You understand what I'm saying? They see these Latinos doing well for themselves. These African immigrants can't help but tell everybody, we're doing it better than everybody else. And so now you getting that work. We've had to deal with this time and time again. Look, we had to deal with 200 and some odd years, almost 250 years of chattel slavery. We got out of chattel slavery. We had 12 years of Reconstruction where we were protected by the United States military, and then they left. And after that, from 18 1877, all the way up through 1955. We would build and they would tear it down. We would build and they would tear it down. We would buy land and they would take it from us. They would take our houses. This is what we've had to deal with. They would unalive us. They would literally unalive us by the hundreds. Over the past 100 years, 150, that's what we've been dealing with. And now you all are saying, oh, well, y'all just need to work harder. Somebody type work harder in the chat room. Work harder in the chat room. That's what the nerve to tell us that. But let's keep listening. Again, we're talking about Red Summer, 1919.
Black people saw the importance of owning land and building their own institutions. Scholars point out also that having a big black heavyweight champion who legally beat up on white people had a lasting effect on the attitudes of white America. But on July 27th of 1919, the unfortunate killing of a 17-year-old black
heavyweight champion got them mad. A black man beating up on white people, white men in a ring, has them angry. Think about that. How insecure are you? This is the fragility of this white supremacy thing, man. But it's real, because as real as the bullets and the ropes they use to unalive you with. So it is what it is. You can judge all you want to, but this is the reality that we're dealing with right now.
Boy named Eugene Williams sparked the Chicago race riots. Although the killing was labeled a drowning, he was actually murdered by whites who threw stones at him as he swam in Lake Michigan beyond the unofficial barrier separating whites and blacks.
Let me explain how cold-blooded this is. So Lake Michigan, Chicago, you guys have been out to the lake. Basically, there's this unspoken line back then. Well, black folk had to swim. You couldn't drift over. If you drifted over, you were on the white side. So now we segregating the ocean too? You mean if I pee in the ocean, my pee is not supposed to drift over to your side, or you're gonna be mad? Because that's what I'll be in there peeing right at the edge every day. Everybody just stand here and pee that way so we can get on the white people. If that's how we're gonna be, we just gonna pee. You're gonna be swimming in this Negro pee. That's what's gonna happen. I mean, just think about that, man. How stupid some of these rules are. Now keep in mind, the white man has been dibbling and dabbling in the chocolate and the watercolors since the first black woman was brought over here. Matter of fact, since the first European invaders slid down out of the north into Africa and invaded, they've been sliding in the watercolors. You want to integrate in the bedroom, sir? What are you talking about? You see what I'm saying? This is how hypocritical and silly and goofy this is. But you got to take it serious. Let's keep listening.
The killing sparked immediate anger and retaliation from blacks on Chicago's South Side, and mob violence broke out. Chicago's Irish and Italian street gangs joined in mob violence against blacks. At the time of the riot,
the street gang, the Irish and the Italians, there was literally signs up that said no Irish, no Italians. They were dealing with prejudice. But in order to buy their way into white advocacy or white adjacenthood, they said, well, we'll help you. The street gangs, the criminals participated. The white and Italian criminals participated in racist attacks towards honest, hardworking black people. You understand what I'm saying? So they were being treated like trash anyway. The Irish were considered like less than dogs. No Irish, no dogs, no Mexicans, and yet they wanted to foist that racial oppression on us. I want you to think about this, man. This is honorary white people. These aren't even the real whites. These are honorary. Italians, they as white as I am. You understand me? Not at all. The olive-colored people. Let's keep listening.
Chicago Mayor Richard Daley was a 17-year-old Irish gang member who was believed to have participated in the violence.
Richard Daley? You mean the damn mayor of Chicago with buildings named after him and statues? He participated in this too? I just want you to think about that. This is what we're dealing with.
40 blacks were killed and over 500 injured.
The story of
Chicago. So it wasn't just in the South. Wasn't just in the South, fam. Just keep listening.
Brown and the Omaha race riot of 1919. In 1910, Omaha had the third largest black population among the new western cities that had become destinations following Reconstruction and during the Great Migration that started in the 1910s. By 1920, the black population more than doubled to over
Fair use. Shout out to Sage Talk Media.
10,000, second only to Los Angeles with nearly 16,000. The major meat packing plants hired blacks as strike breakers in 1917.
So white folks was out there demanding more money, and the rich white business owner said, "No, we'll just hire these N-words." And black folk came in and were the strike busters, okay? And so they would attack the black workers who were working in place of the white folk. I just want you to think about that. But let's keep it let's keep listening.
South Omaha's working class whites showed great hostility toward black strike breakers. By this time, the ethnic Irish, the largest and earliest group of immigrants,
Here in Bogalusa, Louisiana, near the site where a massacre took place that is not mentioned in any history textbooks.
None of this is ever mentioned. At best, they might talk about Tulsa, Oklahoma, because we brought that up. There were literally thousands of them. Okay? Thousands. Let's keep listening.
Labor organizers Saul Dacus united black and white laborers at what was then the world's largest sawmill complex. This was illegal in segregated Louisiana, and the Great Southern Lumber Company wasn't having it. The lumber company owned everything: stores, schools, houses, utilities, and even segregated parks. They owned a private army and even owned the police. The company's manager was the town's mayor. The company's private army evicted workers from company housing, burned their private homes, and even kidnapped and tortured organizers. They specifically shot up Dacus's home, but him and his family survived. The next day, black and white workers returned to town in unison to continue working and organizing. To stop this display of interracial solidarity, the private army attacked them, specifically with the goal to assassinate Dacus, but they didn't anticipate what happened next. White workers surrounded Dacus and began firing back at the private army while Dacus escaped. 4 white workers would die defending Dacus, while another 2 black men would later die after. Pause to read what one historian wrote about that incident. This is one of many examples of labor organizing in the segregated South. Interracial labor organizing presented the biggest threat to the status quo and still does to this day. That's why they don't want you to know this history. And did you know this history?
Yeah. Y'all know.
After World War I, American soldiers came home really proud of the work they had done to combat fascism in Europe and, save the world for democracy. And black Americans came home the same way. They were proud of their uniforms, and they had earned honor through their sacrifice and their courage. They came home to a wave of racial terror. The year 1919 was named the Red Summer. White mobs attacked black people in cities across the United States. You won't be surprised to learn that it was started because a white woman accused a black man of assaulting her. But that was just a spark in the kindling of what was already going on in the nation. In Chicago, there was a 13-day...
It was just a BS reason to justify what they wanted to do anyway. That's it. Let's keep going. Let's keep on listening.
A riot that left 38 people dead, men, women, children, and over 500 injured. In Washington, D.C., there were these white mobs that included off-duty soldiers and police attacking black residents for several.
White mobs, including off-duty soldiers or police. Now, here's the thing. In Washington, D.C., shout out to D.C., they came, they tried it, but it didn't work. Okay, I might talk about that a little bit more. It didn't work in Washington, D.C. They got the short end of the white mob, got the short end of the stick in D.C. Because remember, after the Civil War, black folks in D.C., they gravitated to D.C. You see, they surrounded D.C. Black folks built D.C. Keep that in mind. You see what I mean? So D.C. had a whole nother level of funk for them. But let's keep listening.
And in Elaine, Arkansas, somewhere between 100 and 200 black sharecroppers and their families were slaughtered after organizing for fair wages. In fact, in Chicago, they ground a black...
So what happened in Elaine, Chicago, a brother came back from overseas. They were sharecropping. He said, look, the sharecropper was fudging the paperwork. So you work, there was an instance where one man made $500, which is a lot of money back then. And the sharecropper said, well, the owner, he said, well, you owe me 600 something. So you still in debt. He's like, oh, hell no. So he was messing with the paperwork. And so one of the brothers got together and said, we're going to organize, we're going to unionize, and we're going to make sure we get fair wages. Guess what? That didn't work well. That didn't work well at all. They basically slaughtered over 200 men, women and children behind that. I just want you to keep that, understand that this is what was going on in recent American history. Keep
Teenager named Eugene Williams for drifting over into a whites-only swimming area when black residents defended themselves from these attacks, which was unusual because they had been so threatened before that they didn't often fight back in the days before the First World War. When they defended themselves, the police
they fought back because now the population was inundated with black men who were warriors, black men who had fought and died overseas, black men who were killed overseas. So it was a different mentality. You understand what I'm saying? That's what happened. But let's keep listening.
Arrested them instead of the attackers. The killers were not punished. The court sentenced 12 black men to death instead. During the 20s and 30s, black farmers were pushed off their land. Sometimes they were forced to sign over the deeds to their property, and
they were forced to sign over their deeds to their property. That land, that land that they signed, that's what some of your suburban houses are sitting on. You want to know why black folks don't own anything in the United States? Because a lot of our land was forcibly taken from us. We didn't lose it. We weren't going bankrupt. We weren't mismanaging our money. We got it against all odds. And then these folk came in and just took it. And there's no legal repercussions for them. Remember, at that time, a black man did not have a right that a white man had to adhere to. I want you to understand that. This was the law of the land at the time. The legal system has been used to work against us. This is what you all need to understand. Keep listening. We almost gonna land this plane. We almost home. I'm gonna get y'all home.
Like a white mob would show up at their property and say, get out of town by sundown, and if you're not out of town, we'll kill you, we'll burn your property. Banks refused to give loans to the black community because all black people were too risky.
They wouldn't just kill you. They would rape the women in your family. They would do all sorts of stuff to you. This wasn't clean. We always talk about slavery. You ain't got to go back to slavery. You go back to 1920. You go back 100 years ago. It's still going on. You know, all this was happening all the way up to the 1950s. You understand what I'm saying? And I know we started off talking about ICE raids and anti-immigrant rage, but we really talking about this white rage. And look, this is what we voted for, right? Well, all my black Trump supporters, hey, it is what it is, right? This is what we voted. I wanted to keep my taxes low. But see, I knew this was coming because I see it coming. It is what it is. But it's not something that foundational black Americans haven't seen before. We have been living next to white people for centuries now. We understand them. The only people that this is new to, okay, are the black immigrants from overseas, you and your white friends, your white allies. This is new to all you Hispanics and you Indians from India. They're so nice. What's wrong with these darks? What's wrong with these black Americans? Now you're getting that work. And I'm happy for you. This is helping you understand what foundational black Americans have been. We are living in a climate of fear. They're about to go all upside your head. You see what I mean? This is what we voted for. Now you're going to have, when we come out the other side of this, you're going to have a far better understanding of what found the black American experience, so to speak, the foundational black American experience. And I'm happy for you. Understanding wisdom at its source is always rooted in God. God is working with you now. Praise God. Let's keep listening to this wonderful white woman. Keep on talking.
Black communities lost land that their family had worked for since they were freed from chattel slavery, had no protection. The laws were not there to protect them. Then the Great Depression hit. My family was made up of poor white people in Kansas and Oklahoma. They suffered.
Let me tell you a secret. Most white people were poor. Most white people are poor now. I just want y'all to understand that. They got a few nickels more than most of y'all, but they mostly poor. White people out there, poor white people, most of y'all are poor. But you still think that you have a chance of using your whiteness. You can cash your whiteness in to get rich. And most of you going to be poor. You've been poor for generations. You're going to keep being poor. You can keep blaming these black and brown people, but you need to look up top. Okay? There's some people that look a lot like you that don't care about you. That the reason why you're poor. Not the poor black dude and the brown dude. It's never been like that, but we'll talk about that another day. Let's keep listening.
But they got the New Deal. They got Social Security. They got things that black families were locked out of. Social Security was not available to agricultural and domestic workers. Now, who do you think the majority of agricultural and domestic workers were? They were black people. The Federal Housing Administration wouldn't back mortgages for black families in black neighborhoods. This created the redlining maps that still shape our cities today. In the book 1984, George Orwell said, "Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past."
Hold on, why don't you sit down for a minute? You look like you out of breath. Sit down now. I don't want you to pass out. I want you to have your seat. You ain't got to go on, take your little nap, get your little chair out, because you look, you don't, calm down. You moving too fast, baby. Little waddle, I see a little waddle.
White people, I'm asking you to do one thing.
Little waddle, calm down.
Share
I appreciate
the information that I'm posting with one other white person so that the truth.
White people already know. We don't ever have to educate white people on racist stuff. They know they got an uncle they can talk to. It's a granddaddy that left notes. They know we're not educating white people on their bad behavior. They know what they've been doing. It's just black people. And it's really these new black people. Shout out to all the new black people. Where are my new black people from overseas? Welcome to America. This is the America, new blacks. That we shouldn't call them immigrants anymore. Let's call them new blacks. Why do we have to change our names? Let's call them new blacks. All you new blacks who just got here, first generation, second generation, third generation, all the new blacks. This is for you. This is your edification. This is my exegesis on bringing you up to speed on why we are the way we are. You wonder why black Americans had to be violent. We had to be, because the white folk was doing all kind of stuff. We had to be able to defend ourselves. Y'all keep on going. Let's keep listening.
Can regain control of the narrative. Next time I'll be talking about World War II and the Great Generation. Get curious.
We need to get her like a little breathing machine.
1919, historians say there were more than 24 race.
You need a little CPAP machine or something like that to help her breathe. Don't run out of breath.
Riots around the country. But DC's proved to be different. It's believed to be the only one with more white casualties than blacks. Yeah. And that may be one of the many reasons it's buried in history.
They didn't want to talk about that. They went up there and tried to fight them brothers and sisters in DC, and DC sent them back. But keep going.
Trying to cut off avenues of approach.
Historian Carol Gibbs says the defensive blockade protecting DC's prosperous black LaDroit Park neighborhood marks the epicenter of black resistance in the July 19th, 1919 riot. Black military veterans coming back from the war actually were on rooftops.
They were on throwing bricks. If they didn't have rifles, then they were or pistols, then they were throwing bricks.
Weeks leading up to it, the press stoked anger and fears about black men assaulting white women in DC.
The local NAACP.
Always the white woman. Look, white women, y'all need to stop letting white men use y'all. Stop hiding behind them white women's skirts. We're here to protect white women. It ain't, look, cut it out. Everybody knows that's what you do. It's exposed. You just did something to a white woman. Now you just gonna go burn down the town. That's it. You're hiding behind, that's nothing. That's not manly. But let's keep listening.
CP wrote to the newspapers, say, listen, y'all cut this out, including the Washington Post, the Washington Times, the Herald. Stop these inflammatory headlines or there's going to be trouble. They didn't pay attention. They were making money.
This is one of the bound original Evening Star volumes.
And that's the problem with the mass media. They're in it for the money, not to report the news. And in order to get people to purchase their paper, or these days to click likes, they will sell you the most inflammatory statements, and they keep this mess ginned up, okay? So, but let's keep listening. Let's keep listening.
Then on July 18th, a white woman named Elsie Stefnik alleged she was attacked on her way home from work in Southwest D.C. She provided vague descriptions of two colored men, saying the darker one grabbed her and drew her toward him. The following day, her husband, a sailor, reportedly gathered more than 100 soldiers, sailors, and Marines and beat colored people in D.C. streets, including Stefnik's alleged attacker and his wife. That fueled more attacks, but few are documented. We found this old NAACP Library of Congress record showing the statement of a black man, James E. Scott. He said a white group assaulted him after he boarded a late-night streetcar alone. The group threatened to lynch him and fired shots. With no police protection.
They threatened to lynch people in D.C. All you folk up north that swear up and down, well, the north is better than the south. They about the same. That's what y'all need to understand.
And black war veterans took matters into their own hands.
Start to arm themselves. And then the local leadership in D.C. start to tell gun stores to stop selling guns to African Americans in D.C. So then they start to get guns from Baltimore.
There are stories that there were light-skinned black World War I veterans that infiltrated white groups in order to bring that intelligence back to the black community. Oh, I cannot tell you what.
The light-skinned brothers was over there hanging out with the clique. Yeah, let's kill them. Let's kill them all. And then leave about, look, brother, what they're trying to do is, man, they're going to come up 5th Street Northwest. We'll meet them there. We'll tighten them up, brother. You know what I'm talking about? We going to handle that. You understand me? We was running all kinds. Boy, you better leave these military veterans alone. If you ever want a war, the deacons that we talking about the deacons of defense for justice the other night. I promise you, family, we do not give our black military personnel, our black military veterans enough credit. It has been the brothers who are willing to put it all on the line for our country, who have come back and said, if I can do it for a country that don't love me, I damn sure can do it for my wife and my children and my family and my community. Shout out to the military veterans, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps. Shout out to all of you guys. It's been our black military veterans who've pushed civil rights and who've come to our rescue. We always give credit to these thugs. Our soldiers are going to be the street gangs and criminals. No, they're not. They're going to do the same thing these Mexican gangs are doing right now. With ISIS taking over their cities and stuff like that. You heard the little politician, why don't the 18th Street come out to Mexico do like, no, Holmes, that's not what we're gonna do, Holmes. We're gonna chill, Holmes. We got dope to sell. The real soldiers are military veterans. That uncle that served in Vietnam, that granddaddy that served in Korea, that great granddaddy that served in World War II. The brother that just came back from Afghanistan a couple of years, 10 years ago, those are going to be the heroes in the community. We need to begin to truly uplift our military veterans. I tell my sons all the time, look, man, if you want to join the military, I'm okay with it. We can put all these other plans to go to college and become a lawyer or become a doctor on hold, man. Get on out there, man, and be a warrior. Get some of that warrior training. You see what I'm saying? It don't, nothing. Some of you all disagree, but a lot of y'all hate this country. I love my country, despite everything that we've had to deal with, because it's the only country I got. You understand? And so we're gonna love it. We're gonna love it. We're gonna do the best I can to force it to live up to its ideals. Even though we get pushed back, we're gonna push forward. That's the difference between foundational Black American culture and foundational Black American men and women. And a lot of you immigrants, y'all truly don't like this country. You hate America. You jealous of America. You want to see America fall. That's not me. And no matter what you all say, because lately you got a bunch of folk from overseas saying, well, black people are sellouts. Man, you know what? You can say whatever you want to say, but this is my country. My people have been here before slavery. My people were here before 1419. There's been an African presence in this country since at least 1311 when Abubakar II sailed over here with thousands of ships to Brazil and made his way up. This is our land. I'm not saying we're Native American. We're not the descendants of the people who migrated here across the Bering Straits in Alaska from Western Asia. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that our people did sail over here. I'm saying there is a presence of black people. And of course, since the time period of slavery, most of us are intermixed with those who came in chains. Nevertheless, we predate the Europeans. Doesn't have to mean we don't have to be here in overwhelming numbers, but we were here. That's all I'm saying. And as far as concerned, this is my nation. My people were here before this was even a country. At some point, how many generations do you have to be present in a land before you become indigenous? We've already been here at least 5 to 7 centuries. Huh? How many more centuries do we need to have before we say, yeah, we're not African? That's a continent. We're North American. We're American by nationality. I'm just saying, family. I'm just saying. So anyway, shout out to the military veterans. Let's get back to the word.
This information would do.
Gibbs says rioters fought along 14th and Florida Avenue, 11th and U, 7th and T, and simply by chance, nearby Howard University was on summer break.
It's really a testament to the community that surrounds Howard, that they protected this hollow ground.
Black veterans leaned on their trained combat skills from fighting overseas to now defend themselves at home. And black women took arms too, like Carrie Johnson.
A sister. She's only 17 years old. The cops are telling her.
Yeah, that's the old school brother. A sister. You don't get them brothers no more. What's up, sister? Y'all know some brothers like, sister, that's happening, sister. All right, brother. Them some old school. I like that, man. He said a sister took up on. They don't know. They don't even know who we dealing with. It's in our culture. We all fight. And we got a bunch of misguided people out there who have taken on our culture and perverted it. We fight for a reason. We are beautiful and lovely, wonderful people. Shout out to all the foundational Black America. We are wonderful, gracious, and loving people. We are misunderstood. People don't understand where we come from. We want to love you. We want to hug you, and we want to be kind to you. But if you bring out that terror in us, we will terrorize you also. That's what you need to understand. We have never been above putting a foot to your backside when you out of pocket. Praise God. Let the church say amen. Let's continue.
That black folk are shooting from their rooftops. Matter of fact, she might have been doing it.
Gibbs says police barged into Johnson's home, started shooting, and she fought back, killing Detective Harry Wilson. Johnson and her father were injured too. Ultimately, charges were dropped based on self-defense. Another victory.
Little mama bust back on her. She said, come on in here. I got something for you. Bow. She came back with it.
For the black community.
That's why you really don't hear about it. It doesn't really fit into the helpless victim narrative that African Americans are sometimes painted in when you talk about American history.
History that the government wanted swept under the rug. But allies of racial justice, like Howard University's president, a white man, wrote a letter months after the riot. He stressed the cause, old racial hatred and new jealousy over the undeniable success of colored troops in World War I.
Racial jealousy over the undeniable success of colored troops. You see how black success seems to bring out the worst in these folk. I just want y'all to understand that. And this is why culturally black folk will typically play down their success. Shout out to Johnny Harris. Black folk will play down their success. We don't tell you how well we doing. I'm just making it. Well, you ask, well, how you doing, man? I want to be like you when I grow up. That's what a brother will tell you. We go out of our way not to tell you how successful, man. What you driving over there, man? That's just old hoopty, man. That's the old bucket I done picked up down there at the used car lot, man. Go out of our way. The only time we truly shine is when we in our personal spaces with our own people. When we on our own black spaces, you gonna have a nice watch on, nice car, but we don't do that everywhere. We recognize that these people, when they see us, it brings out just the same thing I talked about earlier. You sitting in the first class seat, you're doing well, you're dressed nice. It's a problem. We know that. That's part of our culture. I explained that the other day when I was talking about foundational Black American culture. We know better. But a lot of you African immigrants, you come in, we're doing great. We are doing, what are you doing? What's wrong with you? We are great here. We are, look at me, I'm beautiful. Okay, you setting yourself up for the do-love. But anyway, let's keep listening.
Nobody else was writing about it. So I wasn't going to not write about it because I was white. I mean, I felt like white people needed to know about it as much as Black people, maybe even more.
Keep my language, family friend. You need to tell them white folks about that ass whooping they took, because they getting mighty uppity around here. They got that L.
Washington Post reporter Jefferson Morley says the end of the riots did lead to one major reform effort: new gun control laws aiming to keep guns from Blacks.
They started enacting gun control. Hold on one goddamn minute. This Second Amendment, not for those N-words. We can't let them have the guy. Hell no. Isn't that somehow the laws change when they start working in your favor? Anyway, let's keep listening.
Morley says unsung heroes like civil rights activist Osceola McCain and Boston newspaper editor Monroe Trotter deserve to be recognized in American history.
1919 was the collision of Black political aspiration and these white supremacist forces represented by Jim Crow and President Woodrow Wilson.
Mm-hmm. Woodrow Wilson was one of the racist presidents. He allowed Birth of the Nation to be played in the White House. That was one of the most racist movies ever. But let's keep listening.
You know, 100 years later, Black aspiration is strong. Kamala Harris has been elected vice president.
Okay, I'm gonna let him slide.
President, and you have a white backlash, a violent white backlash, which says that
a violent white backlash. That's what we talk about.
This is intolerable to us, and so the same thing happens.
And as the United States,
and he knows it's the same thing I'm saying. It didn't hard to figure. We talked about the Weimar Republic. We talking about post Reconstruction. Now we're up to 1919. I see repeat offenders.
States grapples with cherry picking its history. We asked DC's Congresswoman why there's no marker acknowledging the contribution of Black Washingtonians of the past, and if she'd be willing to change that in the future.
I would think that there should be at least a marker to commemorate this very unusual event where Blacks
whoop that ass.
Stood up for themselves when nobody else would. Seems to me it's the kind of marker that would be particularly appropriate today when we're trying to get statehood, to say, look, we defended ourselves when nobody would.
You need to acknowledge that ass whooping. Go ahead.
Now, we're using the legislature to defend ourselves. Let's remember when we were defenseless.
So what did help end the race war here in D.C.? It was a combination of federal troops and Mother Nature, a rainstorm that kept folks inside. As for the accuser, Elise Stefanik, Morley says she later recanted her story. In Washington, D.C.,
the white woman recanted the story. Boy, I tell you.
Both to Imam for BNC.
Oh, man. All right. So let's get back to the business. Look, fam. So when the Black soldiers came back, right, from World War I, they were stationed in Europe, and unlike the United States, with segregation and racism were deeply entrenched, France had comparatively open society, and they accepted, it was an accepting racial environment. You had places like Paris. Black soldiers found themselves with respect, courtesy, and even admiration because they were saving this country from the enemies. You see, so the civilians appreciated having the military around. They were eating in people's houses, being treated well, and this was a striking, eye-opening contrast to what they had experienced. And so, for many, it was the first time that simply. They were seen not as a Black man, but they were seen as men, equals who were worth respect, right? And not just simply determined by the color of their skin. And these interactions, it fostered a new awareness and realization among Black men. Racism was not inevitable. It was a universal condition. there were societies in the world where race didn't dictate one's value, where a black man could walk freely without fear of some racial slurs or exclusion or violence. And the realization was deeply empowering. I'm surprised many of them came back, but of course they came back because they had families here, you see? Now, when they returned home to the United States after the war, it was jarring. You know, they came back to this hostile reality. Instead of being welcomed like heroes who helped save the world, for the first time, they were met with racial hostility and violence and exclusion, and they had escaped momentarily. And worse still, you know, this newfound confidence and assertiveness, it was viewed as a threat by white America, by white men. And white women played right along with it, you see? And this white supremacist is fearful that black soldiers are uppity, right? They're gonna upset the racial hierarchy, right? So what did they do? They launched a complaint. They launched a campaign of suppression. The war ended in 1918. By the summer of 1919, right? The nation erupted in racial violence, and you had these black, white folk around the country, like they got a mass text message and they just start attacking black folk. You see what I'm saying? It was a violent backlash. This is crazy. You see? See, these men were not merely returning soldiers. They were living proof that of the lie of black inferiority. And it could no longer be sustained. And more importantly, it was the lie of white supremacy. You see? And a lot of brothers they literally had to fight for their life. Ultimately, the experience of black soldiers in World War I became a powerful driver of the early civil rights movement. And their time in Europe broadened their world view and instilled in them a deeper sense of self-worth and an awakened vision of what equality could look like. And though their return was met with violent resistance, their courage and their clarity, it laid the groundwork for future generations to challenge segregation. And as a result of that, our people demanded justice and full citizenship. Their wartime service and their post-war struggle exposed the contradictions of American democracy, and it planted the seeds of change that eventually blossomed into what we have now, the 1960 Civil Rights Bill, and the doing away with of all of that systematic racial barriers like housing, education, employment, etc. Nevertheless, in essence, the experience of World War I profoundly reshaped how many black soldiers saw themselves in our society. And having fought bravely on foreign soil and having received that respect and recognition from the European civilians and those governments with those awards, they were not going to accept second or third class citizenship. You see, it just wasn't going to happen. And, you know, this internal transformation among black soldiers, it clashed violently with the entrenched racial order here in the United States. And so the volatile dynamic culminated in Red Summer in 1919. You see what I mean? And over the course of several months, you had all these white mobs. They launched all these brutal attacks against all these different communities. You see 36 cities and towns across the country that we know about. Some of the most infamous Chicago, because the brother drifted over into the white part of the ocean. Washington, D.C., Elaine, Arkansas, where over 200 some people were slaughtered. You know, and the violence was sparked by rumors of economic competition and deep-seated fears that black people, emboldened by their military service, would upset the racial status quo. White folk were still running things, but it's the perception that their authority was challenged. You see what I mean? Keep in mind, these people unalived men, women, and children, little babies. You understand me? You see? So Red Summer was more than just a backlash. It was a deliberate reassertion of white supremacy in the face of rising black success. And I don't want you to understand, it's nothing more, it's success. You understand me? It's the success that challenges them, that threatens them. Now, leading up to Red Summer, okay? Leading up to it, Economic competition that further inflamed the tensions in many northern cities. You had a lot of black people moving out the South. Look what we were dealing with in the South. You had the Great Migration. We had to get out of there. First, it was a horrible place to live. We were going up there for dignity, and we got some jobs, right? And the white soldiers came back. They wanted their jobs back, and like, no, these jobs are filled. These black people work cheaper, because at the end of the day, the laborer is only concerned, they don't care about racial solidarity. The boss just is concerned about the bottom line. But what you ended up with was things like territorial friction. It emerged as black families moved into what previously would have been white neighborhoods. And as black neighborhoods expanded and black residents asserted their rights to live wherever they wanted to, you got a lot of white resistance. Back when I was young, well, not young, I would listen to stories from the old fellas who grew up in Los Angeles, and they said that black people wasn't allowed to cross Main Street. In Los Angeles, Main Street was on the east side of what is called the, I think it's the Harbor Freeway. You see, they didn't even want you driving through the neighborhood unless you had an apron on and you were coming to clean. And saying this is what was going on. And so, again, the violence was brutal. Places like Chicago and DC and all these other places. You see what I mean? This is what we had to deal with our people. This is what, this is what we deal with. In the aftermath of Red Summer, it left deep scars in Black America. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the land that you have had for 30 or 40 years just being taken from you? Some white man came up and literally put a gun to your head and said, sign these papers and get out of here. You see, you had whole communities razed, families were unalived and were displaced and businesses destroyed, lives taken. This is what we had to deal with. You see? And you really didn't have any white folk held responsible for it. Even the Supreme Court says it's not our problem. It's outside of our jurisdiction. Matter of fact, most of the courts of law were sympathetic to the mobs, along with the newspaper. So you didn't get any justice. And this is a blatant double standard, and it went unchecked. This white violence galvanized a new generation of Black political activists. So imagine how brave these people were. You see? More calls for self-defense. If you're not going to do anything about it, we're going to take care of ourselves. But what that also demonstrates, Red Summer demonstrates the fragile nature of racial coexistence in America and the lengths to which white America will go to maintain control. And this is what a lot of immigrants don't understand. That's what you new Blacks don't understand. Black Americans and white Americans have an understanding. Okay? That does not mean we've been living in peace and whatnot. We could be friends. Hell, some of us, most of us are relatives. That's what's cold about it. Most of these white folk, as they used to say, there was an N-word in the wood pile. Most of these white folk, if they pull that DNA test, they're gonna see they have anywhere from 10 to 20% sub-Saharan African in their DNA. Nevertheless, we are still dealing with a racial caste system. Okay, but what we need to understand is that this whole summer, this Red Summer thing was not spontaneous. These things pop up about every 50 years. You understand me? And we about overdue. You see? And the good thing about it is, despite destruction of Black communities at the time, we emerged more determined, and Red Summer marked a turning point and a brutal reminder of America's racial hostility and the catalyst, for what we have now. Now, here's the thing. What are the common circumstances that give rise to this white rage? And I want y'all to sit back and really understand where I'm coming from. Here's what I've noticed, okay? When marginalized communities, particularly Black, brown, Jewish at this point, non-white, when they begin to succeed economically, and we going back to the Weimar Republic, we talk about post civil rights and post-Civil War Reconstruction. We're talking about Red Summer. What are the commonalities? Okay, the first thing, when these racial minorities, when these others begin to succeed economically, when they get socially, when they get rights, when politically, right? It fundamentally disrupts the myth at the heart of white supremacy, the belief that white people are inherently superior and naturally destined to lead. That's what's going on right now. And this ideology historically has positioned whiteness as a default standard of power, competence, and legitimacy. So when black people, when folks of color, when people who are brown, when bluish people begin to accumulate wealth and gain education, enter into leadership roles or own property, it shakes the very foundation of the racial hierarchy. And that success is not seen simply as progress to those invested in white supremacy. It's seen as an existential threat. And the fear of losing racial dominance triggers what can be understood as this white rage-like reaction. Is rooted in anxiety and perceived loss of status. And this fear is not just economic or political, it's deeply psychological. It threatens the self-concept of this superiority that these folk have been brainwashed to believe that they have. You see? And it's conditioned white folk to believe it's natural. It undermines this false narrative that their privilege is the result of merit rather than systematic advantage. And because of racial identity in white supremacist society, it is closely tied to entitlement and control. And any suggestion otherwise, you see, induces panic. And what happens? Well, historically, these fears lead to waves of retaliatory violence. Whenever racial progress seems imminent, that's what you see happening. You see? See, the United States has seen this over and over again. We've seen patterns during Reconstruction. When Black Americans started acquiring land and starting businesses and holding public office, these white supremacists responded with terror, lynchings, the violent dismantling of Black communities. Whether we talk about Colfax, whether we talk about Black Wall Street in Oklahoma, this is what we're dealing with. All of these. You know, between 1882 and 1968, more than 4,700 Black people were lynched. Most of them under flimsy or false pretenses. But the narrative was always the same. Black ambition must be punished before it gets out of hand. Okay, see, keep in mind, as I said earlier, your success is always pathologized. You can never have got it the right way. You must have stole it. You see? Laws are enacted to enforce unequal outcomes, and that ensures white society is protected, while Black progress is criminalized. And this is what's been going on for generations, all the way up until the 1960s, actually. And even now, we have to deal with it. So, in summary, white rage is not simply anger, it's a symptom of a deeper identity crisis triggered by the collapse of racial myths. And white supremacy depends on that. And as Black people rise, and in this case, what we're dealing with right now, these white folk, Hispanics, Latinos, Asians, you're challenging that myth through your achievement. And these white folk don't like it. That's why they call them DHS on you. Somebody put the DHS hotline in the chat room. Somebody put the ICE hotline in the chat room, but don't call it. I don't want anybody in my chat room to call that number. Somebody please put the DHS hotline. This is the number they calling on, y'all. I think it's 1-800-CALL-ICE. This is the number they calling on. And see, I'm sad for you. I don't take pleasure in this at all. Okay, but this is what you all voted for. I'm just keeping it 100. Now, race-based systems of oppression are not organically rooted in inherent differences or cultural superiority. Rather, they are intentionally designed and strategically maintained to serve the interests of wealth and power. Here's what I want y'all to understand. See, throughout history, race has always been deployed as a tool of division, a psychological and social wedge used by the ruling elites to fragment the masses and stifle collective resistance and ensure that those at the top retain economic and political control. There have always been situations where Black people and white people have gotten together and formed, I would say, coalitions to fight against the rich landowners. It started even before this country was born. Even in recent times, black people and white people got together and said, hey, you're going to have to pay us more wages. And what they always do is they offer a few trinkets to poor whites and say, hey, white man, come on over here. You're just like us. Don't side with those dark people. You see what I'm saying? Don't side with them. Come on over here. We'll treat you a little better. We'll let you sit in this room and force them to sit out back. You're different. And then that's how they divide and conquer. And see, one of the most enduring tactics of the powerful has been to use race to implement and divide and conquer. It's a strategy by fostering this racial animosity, by telling poor white people, particularly those that hey, you're superior. You're superior just because you're white. All that did was successfully divert attention away from their own exploitative practices. See, when most white people didn't own slaves, most of them white boys who got drafted into the Civil War, whether we talk about for the North or the South, they didn't own a damn thing. Many of the Irish had just got here. They were dirt poor. Nevertheless, what they did was they convinced poor whites to fear and resent and blame black people, brown people, or immigrants, the bluish people for their economic hardship. You see? And see, when you do that, that means that makes them less likely to unite with those communities against the very structure and institutions that keep them all impoverished and disenfranchised. In this way, racial division becomes a tool of class warfare from the top down. And the primary beneficiaries of a system of racism are not the average white folk. It's the elite. It's the class. It's the wealthy industrialists. It's the landowners. It's the corporate executives. It's the political power brokers. These actors maintain their dominance through a racial caste system that ensures a cheap, disorganized labor force. Racism justifies wage suppression. It justifies land dispossession and mass incarceration and resource exploitation. It ensures that marginalized groups remain too divided to mount a united challenge to the concentration of wealth and power. And as long as the working class and poor white people are stupid enough to believe that them rich white folk really like you, and that you preserving the racial status is somehow going to help you one day get to the point where you can be as rich as Donald Trump, then you're going to be the damn fool that keeps walking down that long, or you're going to die broke and poor. More importantly, the system is going to remain unthreatened. I mean, look at history. Throughout history, poor white people, you've been mobilized as the enforcers of racial hierarchy. They give you a badge and a gun, you see, and they send you out there to risk your life for $35,000 a year. Your wife don't like you. But you don't really materially benefit from slave patrols to segregationist mobs to anti-immigrant movements, to law enforcement practices. The state and its propaganda and apparatus have cultivated the illusion that whiteness alone is a shield of privilege. And poor whites have been promised this cultural superiority and social status in exchange for defending a system that exploits them economically. And when you see successful black people, when you see successful Asians and Indians and Africans, it makes you want to lash out, because the reality is, you know, you being lied to by them rich white folk. They don't even like you. They call you names. Your loyalty is not bought with prosperity, but with an illusion of racial exclusivity. And see, this whole thing of racial purity and cultural preservation, they're just more tools of manipulation. These calls to protect American culture or Western civilization, they're rarely about values or tradition. They're about preserving the dominance of a narrowing ruling class that fears demographic and ideological challenge. I challenge you all on this. When has America ever been a white country? Because as I look up, the first inhabitants of this land that you all encountered in 1492, whether we talk, well, actually we'll say in Jamestown, were brown people. Brown people of various tones, colors, and hair textures that clearly were not white. So it was a dark country then, and it's a dark country now. When has this ever been a country of white? It will never be. But the thing you all have to focus on is the narratives distract from the central issue of class and inequality, and it consolidates power by stoking fear of the other. And they shift focus from economic exploitation to cultural paranoia. And it ensures that anger and anxiety are aimed downward, not upward. When racial myths begin to collapse, when Black and brown communities achieve economic mobility or powerful political power, white supremacy reacts with violence. We've seen it time and time again. Historical acts of terror include destruction of Black towns during Reconstruction, lynching, riots, Red Summer, and that they were strategic acts of suppression and calculated to restore a fragile racial order and protect the economic interests of the elite. Similarly, when we look at the Yahtzee regime under Schittkickler and their racial ideology and that genocide, it were underpinned by fears of losing economic and cultural dominance, masked by, or should I say, as concern for purity and national survival and a fight against degeneracy. In every case, systematic violence serves to terrorize and marginalize communities and reinforce existing hierarchies. Ultimately, racism serves as a smokescreen to protect the underlying structure of class domination. It is no accident that periods of Black economic and political achievement are met with sudden upticks of racial hostility and violence. What happened after Barack Obama was elected president? And this dude ain't even the foundation of Black America. What happened? You had the rise of the Tea Party. You had senators saying they had a meeting and they said, no matter what happens, we will not cooperate with this man. Just think about that. This is the president of the United States. We got to look, whatever you think about Donald Trump, this man is an unarticulate. he's too much. But even the most unpatriotic of people wants to see him succeed, because otherwise the economy crash, the gas prices go up, and the eggs will be too high. You understand? But what you see happen after Barack Obama was elected is what you see all the time. This is a reaction. It's emotional. It's designed to preserve an unjust distribution of power. And propaganda plays a central role in this process, and it creates false narratives about criminality and laziness and moral deficiency of Black folk, all people of color. You see what I'm saying? Now, across history, systems of racial oppression have served as instruments of economic and political control, carefully engineered to protect the power and the wealth of the elite minority. And from violent suppression of Black landowners during Reconstruction to genocidal campaigns by the Yazidis in Germany, from Red Summer to contemporary immigration enforcement, one constant remains: racial hierarchies are not maintained because of inherent and cultural and biological differences. They are maintained because they serve the interests of those in power. And these systems rely on fear, propaganda, and violence to sustain unjust order. And they often use race as a dividing line to prevent unity among working class and poor people. Look here, whatever you think, understand that Donald Trump, President Trump, 47, we witness a modern iteration of this historical pattern. Immigration enforcement was transformed into a racialized tool, disproportionately affecting brown people and Black people. TPS, 525,000 Haitians. You got to go. These people been here 15, 16 years. Same thing with the Venezuelans, 500,000. And it's not necessarily that we're asking them to leave. That's the problem, because Barack Obama sent home 3 million. We ain't sent home, but at this point, 200-some thousand. And we are not on the track to send home a 1.5 million or whatever. But a lot of people take personal pleasure in watching these people suffer. According to the statistics, over 50% of the white Republicans are 100% with it. What does that say? Huh? You understand? These seizures, these deportations, these raids, they're not just law enforcement actions. They are acts of destabilization. They're meant to strike fear. They're meant to suppress upward mobility. They're meant to dismantle family structures. They're meant to instill fear in already vulnerable communities. And despite the claims that this is about law enforcement and we focus on public safety, we all know that's not true. Can we just be 100 with it? Yeah, we know it's a lot of criminals being sent home, but the vast majority of these people are going to be farm workers and so on and so forth. I'm just saying. Can we be honest with each other? Now, here's the thing. If it was just about sending immigrants home, when I look at white and European descendant immigrants, they're given leniency. Hell, look at in some cases, they're granted asylum based on these exaggerated and often debunked claims about racial persecution. You know, look at this refugee program initiated for these South African Afrikaners. It played directly into the white nationalist narratives of victimhood. And this is the dual approach: harsh enforcement against Black people, harsh enforcement against brown people, protectionist exceptions for white immigrants. It demonstrates that immigration policy, like so many other aspects of American governance, is deeply racialized, and it's so in your face. It is not about legality or security, but about preserving a racial and economic order that privileges whiteness and protects wealth. The spectacle of ICE raids and family separations and deportations, it serves to terrorize and immobilize and marginalize groups. It's the same thing that they did during lynching and Jim Crow. These are not isolated policies. These are part of a larger architecture of control, and is rooted in fear enforcement through violence. And see, what makes it even more insidious is the role of propaganda, false narratives. You understand? Like white genocide in South Africa is strategically deployed to galvanize white identity politics and justify discriminatory policies. You understand what I'm saying? You see, and we can call it like, I know some of y'all voted for Trump. I voted for Trump, but we still gonna call it like we see it. I voted for him because I wanted cheaper taxes. I'm just keeping it 100 with you, but we still got to call it like we see it. And the other thing you have to understand is Black Americans see what's going on. Foundation of Black Americans see what's going on. But the reason we haven't run out and come to anybody's aid is because a lot of the Latinos practice anti-Black racism. A lot of our African brothers and sisters and Caribbean brothers and sisters have negative things to say about Foundation of Black Americans. So we're not going to get off the bench for you. You see? We're going to keep letting these poor white Americans and everybody who wants to be white, because I've noticed a lot of these immigration enforcements are Latino dudes, so you white adjacent, so want to be whites. We're going to keep letting them do what they do, and we're not going to take to the streets. You see? And it's these same poor white people that are bombarded with messages that their culture and their jobs and their way of life is under attack, not from the billionaires shipping the jobs overseas and outsourcing labor and hoarding wealth, but from the immigrants and the minorities taking over. And this is a classic misdirection. And if you're stupid enough to believe it, oh well. You see what I'm saying? Oh well, it's not my problem. Now, family, I want to thank everybody. I have some more to say. I got a closing statement for you, but you know, I want to make sure I acknowledge my folks who contributed to the super chat. Man, we only got 19 super chats. Golly. Y'all didn't learn nothing tonight. Nothing tonight. Y'all didn't learn anything tonight. Oh, well, I guess I'll try to do better next time. Let's go ahead and read these super chats and cash apps first, man. Y'all didn't learn much tonight. Oh, I guess I got to do better. Let me go and find these cash apps and see if I can get this in. Maybe I'll get some more before I end. Shout out to Mr. Mew. Thank you, Miss McMillan, and thank you, Sayanke. Thank you so much, brother. It's good to see you again. But anyway, we got 19 super chats. Maybe we can get 20. I don't know. But I'm going to do the best I can to thank the people who did contribute. Good looking out. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to Virgil Mitchell. Thank you, C said, became YouTube member. I appreciate you, family. All right, we got 20 super chats. Let's see if we can get 25. Did y'all learn something tonight? If you learned something, learn something. Was this boring? If it was boring, I'm trying to give you some historical context. I want you to understand what's really going on in the world. You know what I mean? I want you to understand what's going on around you and let my foundation of Black American people know that we got this. We've been here before. We've done this. No matter what they do, we've already dealt with it before. We have a great understanding of our position and how we have to get down. And we already have infrastructure set up so we can deal with it. That's why we have our own neighborhoods. You know, that's why we have our own universities. That's why we teach our sons and daughters, look, you better leave them white folks alone. Don't we? You know what I'm saying? If she can't use our comb, don't bring her home. We've heard that, right? But anyway, shout out to Red Sigma. We got 21 super chats. Let's get to 25. That'll be live. Shout out to Lance Jackson. Thank you so much for the 1999 SK, thank you for the $2 super sticker. Mayaka, thank you so much. Thank Mikhail, thank you so much. Good content, just found you while scrolling. Thank you so much, family. Jay Wilder, thank you so much. Give me $750, Chinese restaurant full. Johnny Harris, Schittler was Austrian, not German. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Canary Violence, thank you so much for collection plate. Johnny Harris. We got 22 super chats. Can we get to 25? If you learned something, you did. If you didn't, no problem. I understand. I'll try harder next time. Wesley Clown, the bell curve garbage. Thank you so much. Yeah, she did. Dr. Wilson did. David Johnson, thank you so much. Appreciate you. He said, being 7 to 14% of the entire world's population has given them the ultimate inferiority complex. That is so true. That is so very true. But you got to be careful. Dangerous people. Who are living that much fear. You know, it's not all white people. I'm not castigating all white people, but we got some problems that we need to deal with in that white community. Y'all need to work that out and come on back in and join the human race. Nature always wins. Shout out to Michael J. Thanks for he said masterclass. I appreciate you. We still got 23 super chats. Maybe we'll get to 25. I don't know. My man David Johnson. Every time we got ahead, they sabotage us. Still haven't answered for any of their crimes against humanity towards FBAs, with the last time being them putting crack in our neighborhood. I didn't even get to that point yet, brother. But you're right. That was another one. You know, that was another one we had to deal with. Isn't that something? So, yeah, we know our history. And if we don't know it, we feel it, and we know we've experienced enough to understand. But we're strong. We're going to be fine. Shout out to Kate Ferguson. Thank you so much. TIQS, 23-year Navy vet. We got 24 super chats. Will we get to 25? Will we get? I'm not finished. I got a closing statement to give to y'all, but I want to make sure we give an acknowledgement to all the beautiful people who contributed to the super chat. TIQS, 23-year Navy combat veteran, 3 combat tours, 2 Iraq, Afghanistan. I gave more than enough. Man, big shout out to you. Thank you so much to all the Black veterans. I always try to show love to the Black veterans, man. They have been the ones that pushed this forward, this civil rights movement and everything else. So big shout out to you, brother. Thank you so much. Who else we got in here? Damian Cross. Thank you so much, good brother. Appreciate you, family. Who else? Sage. Talk Media. Uncle D, you're doing a great job of edifying the immigrants to our FBA history. but to compare deportation to Red Summer reduces our suffering. I couldn't do that. I'm just trying to explain to them the elements and the conditions that give rise to this white rage. Now, what happens and the extent that they go, nothing really compares to Red Summer, but we do have to acknowledge that there are some commonalities between the conditions that gave rise to Red Summer and what we see happening now. But thank you so much, brother. Respectfully, Johnny Harris, I service 100. We are indigenous to this land. We lost 10 tribes. Thank you so much. Yaya's Kids, thank you so much, Yaya's Kids. I appreciate you for the $20 super sticker. Ghost Rider, FBA donation, good looking out. And we got 26 super chat. Can we at least get to 30? Golly, man. 30. You got me out here working. Y'all got me out here working real hard. But if you didn't learn anything, I'll try harder next time. But I feel like y'all did learn something. But we're gonna let that slide right now as I'm still working. We got 27 super chats now. Let's get to 30. Timothy Bright, just tune in and sending one for you. Appreciate you, family. Good looking out. Martell Lamar, late to the show, but still learn something. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Thank you so much. Timothy Bright, Avengers Assemble. Thank you. Nurse Coco, yes, I always learn something from Dennis. T.Y., y'all like my red rose or do y'all like the white roses? I seem to get more money when I put that white rose of justice on. This red rose of love and harmony don't really do much for me. I'm gonna have to get some more white roses. But thank you so much, baby. I appreciate you. Donald Moore, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Mr. Heavy Transfer, thanks, Uncle D. Your knowledge inspired. Thank you so much. All right. We got 27 super chats. It would have been great to get 30, but I still got work to do. We can still get there. Look here, man. I'm not begging for nothing, but I appreciate everybody who came through. And if you learned something, I should earn something. If you didn't learn, that's fine. Maybe I'll do better next time. But in the meantime, let's get back to this work. Many, and I talked to this, spoke about this a little earlier. The whole point of this exercise, okay, is that many of the elements that gave rise to that white rage in modern America were present during the Weimar Republic in 1918 and in 1933 in Germany. And in fact, the collapse of the Weimar democracy and the rise of Nazism offer one of the clearest historical patterns for understanding how economic instability and social change and propaganda makes the white folks mad. Okay, the first catalyst was economic collapse. When the money get tight, somebody typed the money is short. All right, in the situation during the Weimar, you had hyperinflation between 1921 and 1923. That basically rendered wages worthless and it destroyed savings, and you devastated the middle class. And the Great Depression in 1929, it deepened the crisis and it created mass unemployment and it worsened social despair. Same thing happened in the United States in 2008 after the recession. You couple that with the wage stagnation and outsourcing and automation and widening of the wealth gap, and that created widespread anxiety amongst working class white people. Because remember, when Barack Obama was elected, we were in a post-racial society. Remember that? I remember Chris Matthews, who used to work for MSNBC, said we're post-racial. All right, that's what they said. But the money got tight, and it was getting tight. It got tight. You see what I'm saying? So one of the first things when the money gets when there's an economic collapse, what's the second thing? The second contributing factor is the loss of national prestige. Okay, now I didn't go too deep in this, but the Treaty of Versailles, it forced Germany to accept blame for World War I and pay massive reparations. They had to pay money. They had to give up part of their territory. And the outcome was that many Germans viewed this as humiliation. You see, it was a stab in the back. And they blamed the British people. And they blamed the communists. And they blamed the liberals. They were looking around and blamed more people if they could. But that further fueled resentment, okay? Basically, they saying it's similar to the rhetoric about the U.S. losing its greatness. That's why we got Make America Great Again. All right, so that's, think about that. All right, they're blaming globalism and multiculturalism, you know, and I'm saying, when has America not been multicultural? It's always been multicultural. All right. The word patriotism becomes a coded call to preserve white culture, right? And then you got the far left wing, radicalism. They say that played a role. You get out here with all this, you know, rainbow stuff going on, you see? So shout out to Renee Wansley. You see what I mean? So think about that. That's the second factor. All right? Think about it. Right? Black Lives Matter and Antifa are the same as the Marxists and the domestic terrorists. You see? Think about that. They blaming somebody. And what happens? You had the Yahtzee party come in and weaponize that propaganda and these conspiracy theories, and it stoked this white rage through the media, and it spread myths of the Brewish people dominating and racial mixing and so on and so forth. All right, the great replacement, the deep state. These are the things they're concerned about, and that led to political polarization. And finally, you got the scapegoating of these minorities. That was central to you know, blaming all these racial minorities. Today, back then, it was the Brewish people. Okay, and now it's the black and the brown and the Muslim and the immigrants and the illegal immigrants and so on and so forth. This is what you're dealing with. And see, now we're seeing that rage harden in the public policy through mass deportation raids, militarized immigration crackdown, voter suppression laws, repressive measures. This isn't random. It's a cultural backlash. It's a coordinated campaign. It's a reactionary movement designed to reassert control by force. Think about that. Think about it. Here's some funny stuff. If you look at the American people and you start asking yourself, well, how do they really feel? Well, there was a CBS poll by CBS News and U.gov poll from June 2025, and it found that 54% of Americans said they approved of these deportation efforts, and 63% believe that immigrants should receive legal hearings before removed. That alone reveals a contradiction. People might support the idea in theory, but in practice, they expect justice, not just mass detainment. Okay? There was a Reuters poll in mid-June. 41% of Americans approved of the immigration crackdown, 51% disapproved, and significantly 54% oppose workplace immigration raids. They see that as harmful. Who's gonna pick our cantaloupes and avocados? You see, they see that as a problem. Now, here's the thing. By July 2025, there was a Gallup poll that said 79% of Americans said immigration benefits the country, with 30% wanting immigration reduced down to drastically 55% in 2024. Likewise, there's a Quinnipiac poll. 64% of voters supported giving undocumented immigrants a pathway to legal status, with only 31% backing mass deportation. Here's the thing. All right, 65% of Americans, according to a Pew Research poll, support legal pathways for undocumented immigrants, while 34% say, nope, not at all, send them home. And these aren't fringe positions. These are mainstream views of the country that's shifting. The No Kings protests in June of 2025 is a warning sign that these mass mobilizations on a national scale, you know, is going a little too far, you see? And the reason we're seeing a shift towards more pro-immigrant sentiment in some of these polls isn't just about demographics, it's about conscience. There are, and always have been, white Americans, people of European descent, who find these brutal immigration tactics distasteful. And see, the thing about white supremacy is it has to remain hidden. See, the difference between then and now, when I talk about Reconstruction, when I talk about the Weimar Republic, when I talk about 1919, Red Summer, they didn't have cameras. The first time we saw what cameras can do was what our people did, what our foundational Black Americans did, we put their violence on display for the world to see. They saw the water hoses. They saw the dogs biting our children. They saw Black people dressed in their Sunday best, fighting for their rights. And it was videotaped and broadcast all over the world. And see, now what you see is people saying, oh, now I would have to imagine that if some of the shenanigans that were going on during Red Summer would be in broadcast, we had cell phones back then during that darkest hour. Whether we talk about 1919 and Red Summer, post-Reconstruction era Nazi Germany, then, you know, the taste for this would have fallen because they get to see just how ugly they are. Our brilliant foundational Black American leaders realize that. You see? See, white abolitionists who risked their lives and fortunes to end slavery. White freedom riders faced the mobs and beatings to stand against segregationists, journalists, lawyers, clergy, ordinary citizens, though they still benefited from the system, chose to oppose the principle. And today we see echoes of that legacy. Many white folk recognize the policies of deportation raids and family separations and mass deportation. It's a bad look. They know that. It's not just morally, but as far as diplomacy, we're trying to tell Russia stop being so brutal to the Ukrainians, and look what we're doing to these immigrants over here. You see? Because see, just like they turn the water hoses on peaceful Black people in Birmingham, the whole world is watching, and these scenes of brutality damage America's image abroad, and they raise uncomfortable questions about who we really are. And historically, when the optics get too ugly and the system doesn't stop, it adapts. That's how we got COINTELPRO. They couldn't just beat us like they used to. They couldn't just unalive us like they used to. They had to get subversive with it. And that's how we got welfare system as a tool of containment. That's how we got the war on drugs. That's how we got the prison industrial complex. When open violence becomes too costly in terms of image and diplomacy, it is replaced with acquired a more systematic form of control. You immigrants are in for it. You immigrants are in for it. We've been through it. You see? So what happens now? You know, the militarized crackdowns, the ICE raids, the televised cruelty, it's unsustainable. It's too overt. White supremacy has to remain secret or you get people turning against you. It's creating the conditions for a global backlash and domestic unrest. You can't brutalize people in plain view forever without consequences. So yes, we must give credit to those white folk who stood in the gap and who stood up, who see the writing on the wall. The efforts may not dismantle the system overnight, and they still benefit from their hierarchy. They oppose, but their voices matter and their resistance matters. Their history is going to remember this. But let's be clear. Their present doesn't mean this will subside. It doesn't mean that this wave of cruelty will stop. But it does mean the system is cracking like it's supposed to, like it's always been. You see? Now here's the cold part about it. The only people in this country who have been able to quell this violence have been foundational Black Americans. But you people have so ostracized us. You folks who are now having to suffer the full brunt of this white supremacist rage backlash. You've done so much to piss off the typical foundational Black American. We on the sidelines. Somebody type, "We're resting" in the chat room. Somebody type, "We're resting" in the chat room. You see? Many, 21% of Black men voted for Donald Trump. We can see this coming. There's about 8% of Black women who voted for Donald Trump. We saw the pattern. We saw the ugliness. We recognize the violence. We understand the fear. We see the cruelty. We see that these immigrant policies are racially charged. We know what it looks like when the government uses disproportionate force against you. when they separate your families with no due process, when power is not exercised to protect you but to dominate. We know. But we also know that we benefit from having you gone. We know that we benefit from some of the policies of sending you home, if I may be so honest. See, foundational Black American descendants we built this nation with our bare hands, and we survived slavery and Jim Crow and redlining and having our property taken away from it. And despite all that, we've clawed our way back into a position where many of us, even right now, are amongst some of the most successful Black people on the planet. And success, whether we like to admit it or not, is made possible by a system we didn't design, but that we learn to operate within it. Now, I know y'all heard the chatter online. Haitians are calling Black Americans the biggest sellouts. And there's some truth to that. Let's be honest. There's some truth to that. But the truth is, we haven't sold out. We bought in. We ain't going nowhere. We've navigated this system. It's built to exclude us. But we figured out the rules, even when they change. And we've leveraged it to survive. In many cases, we thrive. And let's run some numbers. Because I know. Black Americans control nearly $2 trillion in annual spending power. If we were an independent country, our GDP would rank 15th in the world. Damn. There are 1.7 million Black millionaires in the US, and that's more than all the countries in Africa, all 54. We have more Black millionaires in the US than Mexico does. Despite its population being 126 million, we've built businesses, we've bought property, we've educated our children, we've established multi-generational wealth. We didn't get here by chance. We got here because we're resilient. We got here because of strategy and sacrifice and clear-eyed understanding of how power works in America. And no, we didn't pull ourselves up by our bootstraps in a vacuum. We paid a price. Our grandparents paid a price over and over again. Some of our ancestors paid the ultimate price. But here we are, not as victims without agency, but as people who have earned our place through sweat and brilliance and resilience. Still, just because the system benefits us in certain ways, it doesn't mean it's fair for everyone. That doesn't mean we turn a blind eye to the cruelty inflicted on you all. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can acknowledge that immigration raids are brutal while recognizing that many of that same immigrant group have always shown us disrespect. We can call out racial injustice and still be aware of how anti-Blackness shows up in the Latino community, and the Asian community, and the African immigrant community, and the Caribbean community. Yes, we can see human tragedy. We see mass deportations, but don't expect us to forget how many of those same voices was join in mocking us and dismissing our struggle, or calling us lazy, calling us criminal-minded, calling us inferior. Shout out to all my Akatas out there who are listening to this broadcast right now. Shout out to everybody. See, this is not about cruelty, it's about clarity. We're not that naive. I know you thought we were. I know. Would you think I was going to end this broadcast by saying, yeah, we're going to come save you? No, we're not. We're going to let you get that smoke. See, the misunderstood position of foundational Black Americans, what we're doing here is being honest. We're being brutally honest. Currently, Black and brown immigrants are lashing out at foundational Black Americans, portraying us as cold-hearted, heartless, or even cruel for not marching lockstep with every immigrant struggle against deportation. But that judgment lacks historical context. It ignores our lived experience. I just gave y'all a little bit of it. You must understand where we're coming from. See, that we had a legendary, brilliant mind. His name was Dr. John Howard Clark, who told us decades ago, before y'all got here, like in the 80s and 90s, we have no friends. And he was a great African scholar, and time has shown him to be right. Our so-called black brothers and sisters from the diaspora who sold our black behinds into slavery have called us lazy. Told us we need to work harder. Many of our Caribbean brothers who also share that slave history, because they just got off the boat a little bit before we did. They tell us we're culturalists. They tell us we're violent. They tell us we're unworthy of leadership. Damn. And you want us to get off the bench for you? Most of y'all don't even like America. And you don't like us because we're American. Now, to our Latino neighbors, you know you all fought to be white until we won the right for people of color, quote unquote, black people, to have the rights to vote. You brought with you to this country centuries-old anti-black colorism, and it's rooted in ideas like mejor la raza, which means improve the race, which simply means bleaching out all the black. You know, we know y'all hide your black grandma. Shout out to everybody who speaks a little Spanish, mejor la raza. And we know what type of anti-black racism you all practice right now. Not just in your home countries, but right here. Our Asian counterparts. 3 chicken wing with a fry white. You know what I'm talking about. You treated us with suspicion and disdain. You follow us around your little funky stores. You're outright hostile. Setting up in your neighborhoods, in our neighborhoods, profiting from our dollars. I know you in there scraping that extra meat off them black folks' feet and whatnot, talking bad about them. We know what you're saying. So to all y'all, when you ask why aren't black Americans, why aren't foundational black Americans standing up with us right now? The answer is simple. Where were you when our feet were to the fire? Where were you during the civil rights movement? Where were you during the summer of 1919, Red Summer? Where were you post-Reconstruction? Where were you when our soldiers came back and we were fighting and they were unaliving us by the hundreds and the thousands? Where were you when the dogs were biting us and the hoses were being blasted and the lynch mobs were hanging us? Where were you when the marches were happening? Where was the solidarity then? The answer is you weren't here. You didn't even have your chance. Because see, in 1965, there was no black and brown Asian present here. Not like that. So when we're taking beatings in Selma and marching in Birmingham and being unalived in Mississippi, we did it alone. There were no mass numbers of Haitians and Nigerians and Dominicans and El Salvadorians and Vietnamese and Koreans and immigrants standing beside us. We fought the battle without your help. And then the doors you walked through were opened by our blood. And what did we get in return? We got scorn, we got mockery, we got called acatas, we got called lazy Americans, we got called thugs, we got called gangsters, we got no thanks, no historical recognition, no cultural reverence, just anti-black rhetoric, just a demand that we now carry your fight on our backs like we did on. So if we seem unmoved now, maybe it's because we've been moved enough. we've been the mule of the world long enough. It's a hard truth. If foundational Black Americans choose to sit back and benefit from a system that's now turning its weight on the very people who scorned us, that's not cruelty, that's symmetry. It's not vengeance, it's not sabotage, it's simply saying, handle yours like we handled ours. Because make no mistake, we earned what little we had. We fought for it in courtrooms, in cotton fields, on battlefields, in classrooms, in marches, in jail cells, in back alleys, on the streets. And many of you immigrant communities from across the globe have reaped the rewards without ever acknowledging the down payment we made. So no, we're not leading your protests. We're not rushing out to save you. We're not observing, reflecting, and maybe even quietly benefiting from what you're having to deal with. And that's not heartless. That's wisdom born from betrayal. See, as Dr. John Henry Clark said, history is a clock that people use to tell their political and cultural time of day. And right now, it's not our time to fight your battle. So the next time you call a foundational Black American a sellout, ask yourself, who sold who out? Who showed up when it mattered? And who's still standing after 400 plus years in the belly of the beast? We're not asking for applause. We're asking for memory, for context, for truth. And hey, maybe this will help give you some. Because when the fires come for you, don't look to us with empathy and hands open and mouths. If it couldn't even offer us a glass of water when we were burning. Look here. We built this country brick by brick under chains and whip. We don't take joy in watching families being torn apart. That's not who we are. But I'd be lying if I said these immigrant communities have been our allies. Let's be honest. You haven't. Whether we're talking about Latinos or Asians or Blacks from the Caribbean and West Africa, you ridicule our culture, you call us these horrible names, and yet your countries come from, they're rife with corruption and crime and poverty. So let's correct the record right quick. You always talk about Black on Black crime and Black people commit violence, and it's overwhelmingly tied to criminal enterprise and gang violence and drug trade and organized crime. And this mirrors what every other ethnic group went through, whether we're talking about the Italian, whether we're talking about the Irish in the 19th century. Violence is an issue of proximity. People harm who they live next to. But no one blames all the Italians for the mafia. So don't paint us with a brush either. Immigrants come here and white America largely rejects you. And instead, they send you over here to the Black community and we welcome you. And how did you repay us? You disrespect us, you disregard us. And it's just an outright betrayal. So now that the backlash has come, when ICE is kicking down your front door, helicopters are circling over the sky, don't look at us. Don't look at us. Don't ask us why we're not marching with us. We've been marching for 400 plus years. We fought for our rights that you benefit from. Now it's your turn to fight. You see? Because see, when it was our turn to fight, you all remained silent. Unfortunately, many of you all actually side with the oppressor. And that doesn't mean I'm rooting against you. And I can speak on behalf of most of my foundational Black American brothers. We're not rooting against you. It's just not, we're not sacrificing for you either. What you need to be asking yourself is, why when Latinos gain political power in cities like Los Angeles, The first people they displace are foundational Black Americans. Why don't you ask these Hispanic gangs to target Black families? Ask them why once power is gained, Black folks are suddenly disposable. So no, we're not rushing to save you or the African immigrants or the Caribbean immigrants. Frankly, you shouldn't expect us to. What you're experiencing now, this is white rage. This is systematic pushback. It happens. It's cyclical. That means it happens over and over again. And it's the same fire we've walked through over and over again for centuries. Maybe now you will understand why we are the way we are. Maybe now you'll finally grasp why we're so guarded and so wary and so deeply tied to our own. So, to those white allies who've always stood beside us, maybe, thank you, I guess. There's always been abolitionists. There's always been those who put justice over color and truth over tribe. And this broadcast isn't for you. It's for those who refuse to learn from history, because history is repeating itself. And when the smoke clears, maybe we'll all finally understand each other a little better. And this is what you voted for, right? Thank you for watching. This is Uncle D, and as I always say at this time, I'm out.
Dennis Spurling.
In the city where the lights don't sleep, Uncle D got the vibe so deep. Representing men strong and free. Dennis Spurling's the king of the spree. In the streets where the rhythm flows, Black men rising, that's how it goes. Uncle D got the truth to show. In his heart, that's where the fire glows. Late night tuning, light up the stream. Dennis Spurling, wisdom gleam. Voices whisper truth and an insight. In his podcast, feel the light. Harmony in every word. Truth and laughter you've heard. That's all right. Wave after wave of smooth delight. Dennis brings the dark to light. Share the tales unfold. Stories born like morning gold. Feeling the wisdom is building. Subscribing like time after time.
Black men, black men, black men, I want to salute you. Your incarceration rate is down. The education rate is up. We up. We went from, we are doing great for ourselves. So you should salute yourself. Shout out to all the brothers out there, whether you're a truck driver or engineer, whether you're an electrician or garbage man, a doctor, a lawyer, if you're a hard-working brother, if you fresh out the penitentiary, but you on your grind and you doing it legal and you trying to make amends for yourself, man, I salute you too, brothers. God bless you. This is Uncle D, and I'm out.